Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to another Thursday night paint and craft and chill stream. I sent the link out to the usual suspects, but if anybody else wants to come in and they don't see anybody sitting here next to me, feel free to send me a message and I'll get the link out to you. I am expecting a few folks, but you know, uh, it is. Thursday night, and you may have other things to do. Justin, where the hell are you? Other than that, how's everybody doing? I know a lot of folks are over on James's channel watching him do the same thing. I guess he beat me to the punch. James, if you want to come on over, you're welcome as well. Bruce, Doc, Grumpy, the Omen, the usual weirdos. Hey, Red, how you doing? Nice to see you popping in again. Thank you for everything. Really appreciate you. Yeah, I know it's morning for you. It's sun's going down here. Yeah, you're always working. You are like nonstop. I've seen you just cranking out the videos left and right. I don't know how you do it. Right back at you. So I'm gonna be painting tonight. I have a couple minis I need to assemble, but most of the stretch goals from the Archon Studio Kickstarter Dungeons and Lasers 5, most of the stretch goals are done. I still have 10 more boxes of minis under my table to get to, but I'm gonna hit up a couple of these weirdos with some Zenithal highlights, let them dry, and move on to the other stuff. I did put this robot-y looking dude together. Uh, Not quite done, but when it comes to metallics, I always either want to just do it all in like one or two colors, or I get carried away. Like this guy, he's got bronze, brass, copper, gold, silver, and of course a metallic blue. But then it's hard to tell because he's also got this, like he's wearing like the remnants of a blue cape over here, and I should have made it a contrasting color to the blue armor, but I'm like, I just want more blue on it. So yeah, but I'm almost ready to put this one up and call it done. I've got the three kobolds in a trench coat. It's hard to tell what's going on there. Once it's painted, maybe it'll look better. Do you think the trench coat should be like your traditional, like khaki, like Columbo's trench coat, or do you think I should go for more of a hide color? He's got all kinds of gear on his back, but if you look carefully, you can see there's three kobolds in there. It's a little too busy, and that takes away from what they're trying to do. But let's get started. Where's my white? There's my white. Man, I don't know if you guys have been using these poppets for pallets. I love these things. I have another one brand new somewhere. I forget where I put it, but I've also got the Boba Fett over there. But I need a lot more wells for the paint. But this works out really good. I haven't had to wash it, but a couple of times instead of the old Pringles lids, which I'm getting ready to retire. To be honest, I'll probably send some of those out to people when I sent their uh, their prizes out for the August giveaway. Hopefully, it'll be in August when we hit 1,000 subscribers. We just hit 835 this morning. We're so close, folks. Really, really getting close to that big lucky 1,000, where I can start putting some money away for Jackie's college fund, since it was his idea and he got us all started in this. So a little bit of white. So with the Zenithal highlight, I know a lot of people like to do the airbrush, but I have not mastered that yet, and I have far more control just using up. I need some paper towels. for the dry brushing. I've just not been able to master the airbrush or the rattle can, which is usually what I use as a rattle can or a spray can, for those of you not familiar with the term. And I just find I have a lot more control and less mistakes. Part of the problem is the weather here. It's either too hot or too cold. It's not really too hot, but when it's too cold and wet outside, doing anything with the rattle can other than a primer is just asking for trouble out here. It it doesn't get as cold as it does in Canada, but it does get pretty cold and wet here, and that's just not conducive for dry brushing or rattle can, I should say, rattle can spraying. So how's everybody out there doing in TV land? You guys all ready for the weekend? We got a big 3-day weekend coming, and then a little bit of time after that, Jackie will be off for the summer. And shortly after that, he will be going to Mexico. And I will miss him, but he will be having fun, hopefully being safe. He's got a lot of family out there, and I've been there, and I just can't go back. Lots of reasons. Too many bad memories, and for a gringo like me, it's just not that safe. And when he goes there, he fits right in and speaks the language and surrounded by family and friends. And I go there and I'm just bored out of my gourd. Can't do the usual partying and raising hell that I used to. Hope Justin's okay. He almost never misses a show without letting me know. He's probably snoozing. Can't say as I blame him. But I got a lot done today. Finished one of the Gamma World modules, the one I'll be reviewing tomorrow, and started reading a completely different book that I will be reviewing before the end of the week, provided I can get through it. It's 250 plus pages, but so far it's pretty good, and I got it through Lulu, and that was kind of a pain because it's not Lulu's fault. They had it out to me really quick, but they sent it through UPS, which I absolutely despise. And they had that book in my neighborhood. I mean, right down the street practically, for 3 days before they finally decided to actually put it on a truck and send it out to yours truly. Hello, monkey dog. That was my dog, just busting his way in here like he owns the place. Didn't even come over here and say hi, and then he's right back out. What are you doing? You want to come and say hi to everybody? Come on. Say hi to everybody. See, that's my dog. That's my dog. Who's getting a haircut, huh? Yeah, you like that haircut, don't you? You are full of leaves. Why do you got leaves in your hair? You weirdo. You don't know? You're a cutie pie. Hey. Say hi to everybody on TV land. Hello. See you later, dude. He does that. Just comes in, sees what's going on. There's no food in here, so he's going to go back downstairs. Oh, he's back. I think he's looking for Alex. So he keeps going. Chewy, what are you doing? I swear to God, if you're drinking out of the toilet, weird, right? And I'm almost done with this one. I don't know what is this? This is a Yanda Armored Warrior. You see that better now? It looks like a swamp thing kind of thing. And that's how I'm going to paint it. Or do you think I should paint it a different color? I was actually initially thinking of painting it like a purple with a like a periwinkle highlighted color scheme, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me show it to you again in just a second here. Let me finish up the base. Been doing a lot of blues lately. You know me, I usually do a lot of greens, even though green's like my least favorite color. What do you think, guys? Blues and purples or greens and yellows? I think purples and blues would look weirder, but it really does look more like it's supposed to be green. Let that one dry before I start paint on it. And then I've got this thing, it's called a Zorn monstrosity, but it doesn't look like anything like a Zorn. It looks more like something from Stranger Things. Maybe I'll try to do that. Make this one the bluish and purple, like in Stranger Things. I don't know what you guys think. Here, how about I throw a little dry brush on there and you get a better look at it because the camera angle for most of you guys probably just isn't enough. It's noisy down there. I don't know what's going on. So he's barking his freaking fool head off. So is everybody ready for the weekend? You got your barbecue grills out, and I know Mac is going camping with his RV or something like that. Sent me a really nice picture of his setup. Hey, what's oh wow, what's up, Omen? You want the link? Let me know. I'll just send it to you in Discord. I hope he's okay. I actually, it's weird. I just talked to him a couple of days ago, to be honest. Okay, just give me a second here, Omen. Dun, 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 dun. He didn't mention anything about a storm or anything like that. But half the country has just been getting hammered by rain and all kinds of stuff like that. What's up, RPGX? How you doing, man? Oh, jeez. Space Cadet. Welcome to the show. Owen, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing okay. Well, not sure if you heard, we got apparently a minor tornado come through our town, and
Oh no, I did not hear that at all.
it was bad. Well, we got warning last night. It said tornado, and they shut down basically my workplace today because they didn't have. Well, apparently they lost power in downtown, and Brian's fairly close to that. He said he got a couple broken windows and stuff like that. But we had hail, 80+ mile-an-hour winds, and apparently a light tornado. So
that is not encouraging for someone who wants to move out your way, man.
You know what? Like everything else, you just learn to deal with it. It's like, okay. It's just like my mother when she grew up with earthquakes in Japan. or my parents are used to hurricanes now. What it really looked like this morning when I was going to work is it looked like a hurricane had hit. Not a giant hurricane, but probably a Category 1 hurricane had hit the town.
Yeah, see, I got. Well, you know, you got crap tons of books. Books do not like water.
Yeah, but you know what? They're just things. At the end of the day, people matter. We didn't have any internet, and I was like, "Hey, Brian, how you holding up?" Because his place isn't quite as sturdy as my apartment. So,
yeah, he's all set to end up in Kansas. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he said that, like I said, he said it looks like someone took a shotgun towards some of his paneling and stuff. But I mean, even my one of my coworkers, who was my former boss, he called me last night and said, I can't even get into my house. The trees have fallen so much. So
really,
yeah. I saw him this morning. I was like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "Well, So everyone was making, they're like, "Oh yeah," but they told us that no one come into work. And it's like, well, too late. I have to go out the field. So, but yeah, it was pretty. Apparently, I guess he has to get the chainsaw out to get into his garage. So. Not Brian, but my coworker. So,
what do you want?
To be honest, I was in California and we had one of those heavy storms one time.
Those little ones, yeah.
I was at NTC, and man, it tore up. We had a 144-man tent. It tore that tent apart. And we're in the middle of that. It's the sands blowing on us, trying to switch to different tents, and it was a mess.
I kid you not. Oh my God.
So yeah, it's that said is it happens every so often. We get 80 or 90 mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, I remember watching a video on those two micro tornadoes we actually got out here back in the 70s or 80s, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I've seen some hail and some thunderstorms and a couple of earthquakes, but for the most part, I can see why people moved out here.
Sure.
I can't see why they destroyed the place once they got here.
Well, you know what? I blame the education system because a lot of them didn't become that way when they, their parents weren't that way. So
yeah, no, I blame Ronnie Reagan for a huge part of it. The people that I'm talking about are nuttier than fruitcakes and cannot be trusted to wipe their own arses.
Well, just being one little political party, the Republicans make sure they shoot themselves in the foot. So. It's like, Don't you think ahead? No, we don't care. Well, to be fair.
Yeah, that's literally they didn't care. And they still don't care. And
well, that's what they're all doing. I just saw that now Illinois is going to say that it's they're going to make it sound like if the government decides to prosecute you, that you're now I'll have to go look at what it said specifically, but they're trying to pass this bill where it makes it sound like you're the bad guy.
If you do what?
Oh, if if they can call them like oppressed, judicially oppressed or something like that in Illinois. If you're gonna be charged, don't get me wrong. We have plenty of government. If you looked at the what's her name, Karen Reed story, holy crap! I mean, it looks like the police tried framing her for a murder of a police officer.
Really?
Yeah, that's in Massachusetts. Like what? I mean, they were lying. They lied to the grand jury. I mean, it's bad. And credit to her or whoever was supporting it is that she has a crack defense team. But the more it goes on, the more corrupt the police force looks. Basically, there was an officer found dead in the front yard, and they didn't even try talking to the people in the house initially. Like, and then her car, they confiscate her car, and then several hours later they say, oh well, obviously it's for this. It seems to be a poor chain of custody. I mean, it looks like they tried framing her. Now, am I saying that happened? I don't really know. I haven't kept on with it. I've just been getting snippets from Uncivil Law, but I was like, wow, just wow. So, look, I'm all for punishing the guilty, but I believe that everything should be above board and, out
most
there.
people are just like that, Owen.
Yeah, no. Oh, I know they are. It's just the problem that I have with it is, and people forget about this. If you want faith in the judiciary has to stand up and truly be impartial. You have to, and that's the problem they're having now is their, naked partisanship, or they're like, oh yeah, anyway, it's
going to be a long time before I have faith in any sort of system right now with what we've seen over the past couple of years.
Sunlight's the best disinfectant. So.
Yep. Yeah.
But overall, I mean, the problem, we're looking at another 7 to 10 inches of rain. I was out in the field today because we thought one of the dams was piping material, which is one of the first steps to actual failure. Went out there. It's not nearly as bad as they made it out to be. So that's good. But yeah, it's the problem with Texas is we get these droughts, and then we get these massive floods. We don't get like a normal year.
Yeah,
so
we had a couple of droughts, and now it's still chilly. And normally here it would be 80, 90 degrees, and it has yet to get to 80 degrees, and at night it drops back down in the 40s, and I am not a fan.
Well, I'm all for rain, but man, I'm afraid to go look at my property, see how much is washed away for topsoil. And
well, good luck to you, man.
Yeah, well, I talked to the farmer who farms it, and I said, all right, we're going to put a cover crop on there if for no other reason, just to prevent soil erosion.
Right.
And he's like, okay. I said, look, I really don't care if I make money on my property. I don't. I love if I can make enough money to pay off my taxes, which are really low on ag land, I'm happy. And that's like $130. So
that's it? Like a year?
Yep. Well,
that's pretty good.
No. That's ag land. As soon as I put a house, it'll jump up to probably 5,000 or 6,000. So
that's why you don't put up a house. You put in a cellar.
You put it in a barn, like, oh, I'll just live out here, No, I mean, I'm not going to be Amish in that way.
You just build a Gamma World-esque, complex deep below the ground.
Yeah, that would work better if I was well above, where the water's coming down. Otherwise, you just get it. Otherwise, it's like, I have an indoor swimming pool. Well, you know what? People say that. Here's the reality: is we do get taxed, but the house prices were so low it wasn't a big deal until recently, and now people really get nailed for that because the home prices have gone up so quickly. So because generally the property taxes are about 2%, and people don't realize that. And 2% is not bad if it's a $150,000 house that's like 2,000 or 2,200 square feet, which is what we had a few years ago. But now homes are in the 350s to 400,000s, and now it's starting to hurt pretty badly. So that said, it's still better than Illinois, where they had it was we'll take out 5% on income tax, and then we'll up 10% in sales tax, and we're going to also have 2% in property tax. I don't know how anyone makes it out there. But
So how's your gaming going? You need anything but my Sunday game, or?
no, a lot of it was I'm just like waiting for my ankles to heal up, and they're feeling pretty good. I was putting the leeches on until probably tomorrow night. They can give us a couple hours off tomorrow, which is nice. So we'll get that, and then we'll. You know what? Colonel Kronk doesn't understand expansive soils. You put a double wide trailer in a hill, and it's expansive soils, and you're not going to have much of a trailer. That's one of the big reasons. As much people talk about, building a cellar and stuff. Man, there's a lot of horizontal forces if that water gets wet and pushes horizontally. So it just gets expensive, and most people just rather build something big. That said, I did have a girlfriend. She literally, of course, her family was kind of loaded. They literally built a stable on the side of a hill. Like they blasted it.
Really?
Out there in the gazebo with her one day, and she presses a button, and the gazebo goes into the ground.
Yeah.
And it was about 20, 25 feet for the elevator. Well, it was I guess it was a cathedral stable. Anyway, but it went down to the ground, into the side of the hill. Well, it went down, and then that's where she had her horses stabled. That's cool, but
that's big money.
Oh, I know. Oh, her father had an HD camera before that was big. It's great. More power to people for that way. But one time I was kissing her in the stable. I was like, why is she so cold? And she's like, there's a camera right there. My father can look at it. Because they had the camera and they had a picture-in-picture. So while he's watching TV, you could see what's going on in the stable. Like, all right. That's cool. As much as people talk about, rich people shouldn't have this. You know what? If you're spending money and you're
helping bullshit. Anybody who talks like that has got their head up their ass.
A lot of it
should have what they can afford. That's the incentive for all of mankind.
Yeah, what worries me is, are you gaining the money illicitly? Are you treating people unfairly?
Right. If you're a criminal, that's different. But that's such a small percentage of the population.
If you're giving to charities and stuff to help out the poor, fantastic. If you're trying to, I hate saying this. If you're a big corporation trying to steal as much money as you can and you want people to be in forever debt, that's where the evil comes in. That's the problem I have with it. It's like, oh, well, how can we do that? Or the other part is, speaking a little bit of police, when they target poor people because they can't defend themselves, so they can give them, taxes, so they can give them tickets and stuff like that. That's crappy.
Oh yeah, that's the way California is to a T. Costa Mesa, for those of you familiar with that area, that's exactly what they did. Most of the Costa Mesa Police Department was specifically parking patrol, tickets, and more tickets. Because that's where they made their money.
Well, it got so bad here, Texas passed a law that cities are not allowed to make more than 50% off of tickets. And that discouraged a lot of these small towns from just trying to ticket anyone who went by for like 2 miles of the speed limit and stuff like that. So that's we had one place here that was real notorious for that. It was so notorious everyone just knew don't drive fast through there. But
because that defeats what they're going for. Now then they have to do some actual law enforcement. Heaven forbid.
Well, they didn't have any laws to enforce. It was, that's the other part too. It's like, oh, you don't have real crime. Um, like I said, I don't
You
mind
think
some.
that that'd be a dream come true? You know?
I know. Well, that's the problem I have. Well, it's the same thing with homeowners associations. As much as people talk about.
Oh, I will not tolerate those. There is no way. No freaking way.
So Texas has a lot of them, but I have to laugh because, like, where my father is, they have a home. There's sometimes it makes sense if you have common areas and stuff, but these weird bylaws they're making. Oh yeah, I see that. No, that's cool.
It's a plant-looking dude. I was tempted to paint him like a purple and periwinkle, but I'm like, nah. I'm gonna go with the swamp thing look.
You know what you need to do is you need to paint some flowers on it.
Yeah, you know what? I do have some little flowers for railroad sets and that sort of thing. Maybe I'll throw some on the ground. I want to put them on him. They're a little too big for that.
But yeah, no, it's. But like everything else, I think that's what the average person wants. It's like most things. Like, look, we want to be safe. We want to go home. We don't want to be messed with by the government. We just want the government to protect us in certain ways. But man, all these control freaks. You realize you have more power when people support you than when they don't.
Yeah.
I talked about Californians. I went out with I guess she was the risk manager for Adobe, and we went out. We were talking, and she. Of course, she was here. She was living near Austin, and she was allowed to telework, so she'd fly back and forth. And she was talking about how much San Francisco went down. She said, "Look, under Willie Brown, as much as people can complain about him, he wanted to make sure that city was nice, and everything else. But under what was it, Newman and whoever's there now, it's like, what are you doing? You're destroying your city. You think that's going to somehow make you better? That they're going to put up a monument to you and do anything more than spit on the ground every time they say your name?"
Yeah, but when you need an app to avoid the shit on the streets, there's something seriously wrong.
That was my point.
Welcome
really.
To the show, Raven.
Hi. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Painting and talking about property values and shady law enforcement and shady government. The usual.
The usual. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's like I was just trying to mention that people want an effective government that works for them, and not one that's trying to rip them off so it can just make a few people rich,
wealthy.
Yeah.
I think that starts with Pelosi.
Hey, it's if looking what Mike Johnson has done with the FISA warrants and stuff, like, what are you doing? And even my guy, who's this, of course, he's 82 years old, he needs to retire. But it's like, what are you doing? You're just like, oh yeah, we're doing all this other stuff. Well, how about you cut the government spending? It's not that hard. Every time the government does something illegal, cut their spending by, however 10 times whatever it is. Oh, you had 80 agents doing something illegal. Guess what? We're going to cut you by 800 agents. Oh, all of a sudden the FBI would reform itself very quickly.
Yeah, see, in a normal, less corrupt society, that would be feasible. But here's the way I figure it. Everybody is so corrupt in our government that all it takes is one guy to bring down just how corrupt it is, with all of the kickbacks. For every time we send money overseas, they're getting a big ass chunk, and any one of them could blow the whistle. And so they all got to be equally complicit to a certain extent to be getting all that free money. Because every time we send $1 billion over there, every single member of the House and Senate could easily be getting $1 million each to keep their mouths shut or to vote for it. And that still leaves so much money per billion. I mean, how does AOC become a multimillionaire in just a few short years when she's dumber than a box of rocks?
No, she's not dumber than a box of rocks. She's just a performer in front of the cameras.
Well, she's
You
a
know.
piss poor performer, and
Well. Remember, we're bringing our own bias in it. You know, at the end of the day, it's just like everyone else. Oh well, someone's so stupid. You're like, no, they're not. They know what they're doing. It's very calculating, and they're rewarded for it. It's just like
well, right. Like I said, they're each getting $1 million every time we send $1 billion.
oh, it's not just that. They're whenever they pass a law before they do it, and they say, oh, I'm going to put the finger in the thumb of whichever business is. They immediately purchase that business right before the bill passes.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
oh, that's what happens there. But I mean, I
That-
don't
that-
want to
that-
get too much into that. It's we
No.
we know the system's corrupt. All we can do is try and being decent to our neighbors and our friends. And
well,
at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? You want to damn your eternal soul? How much? Tell me how much that's worth in 60 years.
apparently about 10 million is what I think the going rate must be. for this.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't view that as a good trade off. That's all I'm
Oh,
saying.
nor do I. I got to get at least $500 million.
I once told my boss, I said, it's not that I can't be bought off. It's just so, I said, but to buy
can't
me off
afford me.
costs more than them just doing it right. And I said, it's just cheaper for them to do it right.
Yeah.
Like, well, if the project's only worth 5 million and you have to pay me 50 million, it's just cheaper for you to not try to bribe me. No. That said, it makes great for anyone that wants to play a dystopian game. Is you just start looking behind the scenes, like, oh, that was done in the 1930s. Oh, that's done now. Let's put that into our games. So
Yeah, I was getting ready to watch Fallout.
yeah,
I can't get the little guy to join me, and
you know what? Look, he's at that age. You just gotta let him do it. You watch it, and for all you know, he could have already finished it. So,
I think he watched The Boys, which I also wanted to watch. I think it was The Boys, or maybe it was the other show. But yeah, I just I don't want him to come in, see that I'm enjoying some kick-ass show. He's like, you didn't invite me, and then when I invite him, he's too busy with homework.
you know what that's called? That's called growing up. You just suck it up. No,
Yeah, I know.
that. Hey, you know what? He said he's doing really well in school. He gets out in what, about 2 or 3 weeks?
Yep. Like the 3rd of next month.
Oh, okay, cool. So he's got what, 2 more weeks then?
Yep. And then shortly after that, he'll be going off to Mexico for a couple of weeks, and I'll have the whole place to myself.
Well, I'm sending my son off to California in next month. So
You want to trade?
well, I feel sorry for your son. No, my son's going to go see his grandfather, his maternal grandfather, and
That's cool.
they were visiting right after the solar eclipse, the week after. I was like, well, that's weird, but like in the week after, I said, you know what? They seem to be getting along great. Why don't I just go from go from psychic to dead? Exactly. But that's one of the things I was going for. I said, it'd be nice for you to go see your father. And so she told her father, and he got super excited. This date, from this date to this date, and blah blah. And he'll have a 3D printer, and he'll do this, and he'll do that, and he'll do this. And her father's like 86 years old. So I was like,
That
all
sounds
right.
cool as hell, dude.
No, it's awesome. I think that's fantastic. The only thing they were wondering is like, why doesn't he have a phone? He doesn't need a phone. He doesn't need to call anyone except his parents and his grandparents. So no, it'll be good. There's a direct flight right over there to San Jose, so that works out really well. And it was only like $400 for them. It's like fine, And
Round trip?
yeah. I mean, I could get a little cheaper, but I wanted to give it so if he has to change dates or something, that there's no problem with it.
And he's okay to do stuff like that by himself?
Well, he is now. And to be fair, it's a direct flight, so basically the only problem would be is if they have to stop somewhere, for an emergency landing. That's a whole different thing. But yeah, I don't see what the problem is. He gets a direct. He gets on the plane. She takes him to the gate. He gets on the plane. Her father picks him up from the gate, and boom, that works out great.
Yeah, it's just when there's any, you know, delays or
Well,
Flight cancellations at midnight. Like I
that's
had.
true. That's true, but
I hope you're not flying Spirit Airlines. Don't ever fly Spirit Airlines. They suck so bad.
Well, to be fair, I mean, she'll be at the gate. So if they cancel it or they have to do something, then
what's up,
Yeah.
They
Cal?
don't
What's up,
reimburse
Cal?
you.
Crunk?
yeah.
Didn't see you guys there earlier. What's up, Dean?
So yeah, I'm not too worried about it. You know, he'll be there. Of course, he'll be in a whole different environment. You know, he's used to kind of not having a schedule with his mom, but you know, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, he and his grandfather were talking about engines and all sorts of stuff. Because I think he's a mechanical engineer, and so he was learning all sorts of stuff from him. So that's great. That's as much fun
What's up,
as
Mobius? RPG Dad. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. This is only like the second or third time I've used Restream instead of StreamYard because StreamYard is asshole. They didn't want to take my money, and I even told them, hey, you know, let me pay you, or I'm going to go somewhere else that's free, gives me the same thing, and they just didn't want. Their greed was stupid.
What's going on with
The
StreamYard?
StreamYard, okay. I needed more hours a month to do shows.
Sure.
So StreamYard has a plan that's like $149 a year or $19 a month. And the thing is they don't want you to know that you could pay monthly. They want it all up front.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not doing that. It says right here I can pay $19 a month and, you know, put my card information in and all that. And they're telling me, oh, your bank declined it. Well, I called my bank and then I called StreamYard and said, okay, let's do this simultaneously, see what's going on. They didn't know my bank was on the other line. And my bank's saying, we're not getting a ping. They're not trying to charge you.
Oh, really? Interesting.
You know, and this happened, I kid you not, a half a dozen different times. I was on the phone with my bank and on live with someone from StreamYard, and they're saying, oh, just keep trying, you know, because what they thought is if I refreshed it, what would happen is the little slider button would click over to, you know, lump sum as opposed to payment.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. You know, what if I die? What if I decide I don't want to stream for a whole month or something? You know, or I want to, you know, cancel. Oh, I've already paid $150, you know, and StreamYard gives you unlimited minutes, you know, stream as much as you want. Now, there are things that both of them do differently and some do a little better. StreamYard has, you know, the place where I can import my music instead of having to hold up the tablet to the speaker kind of thing. But I've been doing that since the beginning, and I only just recently learned how to, you know, import my own music. And they just, you know, kept lying to me, saying that, you know, well, we're trying to charge you. No, you're not. You're not trying to charge me, because why would my bank lie? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it's Wells Fargo, they'll try to get you to open a new account.
No, it's not.
But-
And not only that, but I would always do it on a day where I'd already like bought something on eBay or something else, you know, paid a bill or something. So I know my card's good. I know how much money is in there, but they just wanted it all at once. And I'm like, no, why would I do that? That's dumb.
You know what though, and I don't know, and maybe
I mean, the price difference is okay, you know, by paying a lump sum. Sure, they're going to give you a deal. That's kind of standard. But to sit there and just lie to me saying, oh, we don't know what's wrong.
I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing myself drop in and out like StreamYard does with me.
Yeah.
So
I was getting ready to say, so, you know, maybe this was a better bet. And,
What-
you know, if any of the bells and whistles that stream or that Restream has are better, maybe I'll go with it. But this has been just fine.
well, I don't know, from my end, just being, you know, since you invited me, I like it a lot better. I can see what people are saying on the side. I can see, what the voice is doing
Yeah.
there. So
I just need to actually keep on top of it, right, Mobius? What's up, TCG? What's
I
up,
had no
Mike?
problem getting on.
That's good. That's good. TCG, Mike, you want to join the show? Let me know, and I'll send you guys the link. Mike, are you on my Discord? Discord. Take care, RPG Exile. But yeah, it was just stupid, uh, lying to me like that. If you don't want to have a policy, you don't have to have the policy. If you're hurting for money, that you're trying to rake in $150 at a time instead of the 19 or whatever. And I know like people like James, he's got the bigger plan with StreamYard. He's paying the like 45 a month, and I'm like, why do you ever foresee having 10 people on the stream? That's crazy.
well, again, it just depends on what you want to do, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, what gets me about that is that they're thinking, because technically they'll get more money over a year, but they must be thinking by quarter, because all that money only comes in a single quarter, and then it's like, okay. Whereas if it's monthly, it's like, hey, we're making a little bit more money. We're going to make an extra $90 a year. Why wouldn't we?
And I even told him, it's like, look, guys, Restream will give me what I want, what I'm here for free. And they would rather lie to me and try to get me to accidentally, because that's what was going to happen, is if I kept hitting the refresh button, I was going to accidentally pay them $150. What if my account couldn't handle that? Not that it could, but you know what I mean. What if I accidentally just went overdrawn because they charged me $150 instead of $19?
Yeah.
Not to mention, I cannot turn on YouTube without getting a StreamYard ad. It's like it's the number one ad, and this was before I, stopped using StreamYard, but it would be the number one ad I would see every time I watch the video. It's a StreamYard ad. I'm like, I'm already a customer, guys. What's up, Dungeon Brush? I am painting. Hold on a second there, Owen. I am painting some Dungeons and Lasers miniatures from the Dungeons and Lasers 5 Duselaire Kickstarter. Okay, no worries, guys. You were saying, Owen? Sorry.
Oh no, I mean sometimes I don't understand. I just don't understand some of these businesses. It's like just, and the other part is, this is what it was: is if they're showing you ads for StreamYard, even when you have it, then that sounds like whoever they're buying the ads from is not doing a good job. Because the whole point of that was it was supposed to be targeted ads, and it seems like they've really gotten away from a lot of that. So it just seems unfortunate.
Yeah, and we've already decided that when we break 1,000 and we monetize, we're not going to do ad reads or anything like that. We'll talk about the same old people that we've always talked about: Dungeons and Lasers, Archon Studios, North Star Minis, things like that. Splintered Light, Bronze Age. The little guys that Dungeons and Lasers and Archon Studio and Emperor's Choice aren't little guys anymore, but we're not going to be shilling 5e or GW or anything like that. If we pick up a GW game, it'll be an old one.
Look, I don't mind paying some stuff, but the problem really comes down to, and I think they forget about them. Well, of course, they're thinking, the parents are paying for everything. But, man, the way that people are being squeezed now, I love Space Hulk. I do. I think it was a cool game. I love the miniatures that they did for the third edition for it. Why in the world they haven't expanded that game out more always seems silly to me, is because guess what? And I understand some of it, but, man, that's your gateway drug into the big armies. But if you don't, I can sit down with my friends and we can play it in a mission in an hour or two. It doesn't take long to set up. Awesome. You know,
That
it doesn't
game
take
was
long.
perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't take long to set up. They had push fit minis for the third edition, which were really high quality minis, even for the push fit.
Yep.
And I was like, man, these are yeah okay. It doesn't appeal to the kit basher and the pro.
But it could.
Well, to be fair, you only need to buy one set of it, but I mean it was so cool. It's like all right, and why in the world they haven't done a few more boxes like that? I don't understand because I'm like, look, when you get that kid in and he's playing that game, he says, "Man, I like to have the money to do the big stuff." When he starts making enough money, then he might go, "Oh, I'll go buy this or I'll go buy that." But for me, I'm just like, you keep changing the rules too often. You're not making it so it's a fun game. You're making it kind of a weird tournament thing. It's just,
Yeah.
I
Well,
hate
because
that.
tournaments are advertising.
Sure.
You know.
Look, I'm not against at tournaments at all. I'll be honest. I'm not going to spend $1,000 and 1,000 hours of painting just so I can go to a tournament and have to pile all my stuff into a car. That's
Only to face the exact same army from every player because of the way tournament mentality is they do the math and they figure it out, and this is the best army, and if you play anything else you won't even rank.
I'm not even saying that part. I'm just saying the point is that I'm going to go out there and then suddenly 3 years later you invalidate half my army.
Oh yeah, they've been
That's
doing that since second edition everything.
well, in some cases, to be fair on this, I understand why second edition they did it because it got kind of crazy for that. I'm like, okay, I understand why you did some of those rules. But man, up, but, I, but
Sorry.
oh, that's cool. But like I have the Rogue Trader RPG and stuff, or the
Me too.
or the well, I have and I also Cubicle 7 gave a great deal on some of those PDFs for all of them, and I just grabbed it, and you know what? That's great. Guess what? I can put my friends and we can play the role playing game. We can put down each of us as a single Marine, and we can just play. Cool. I don't have to buy hundreds of the same miniature just so I can feel competitive or anything else. And the other point, like you were talking about, is it's fine when it's the small groups. I they lost me on it. Even if they're real pretty on stuff, but some of them are. Man, I just want to put stuff. Because the difference between a hobbyist and a player. I just want to play the game. I know that, like Brian, he wants to have everything painted. Awesome, love it. That's fantastic. I know D and Dave's the same way. But guess what? I don't want to spend that much time painting. I just want to put something on the board. I'll play. I grew up old school. I'm okay playing with chits. And,
Mhm.
I'm like, hey, you got miniatures? That's even better. Hey, you got them painted? Awesome. We'll play whatever game you want to play. And, go from there. So it saves me a little bit of money. And now that we have 3D printing, okay, I'm going to look
It's
for
a real
rules.
shame they didn't lean into family gaming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When Jackie and I went to our local games workshop, we were there with the grand opening. And he was like 10 at the time, and he was just loving it. But they were such jerks to him. I don't know if I've told this story before, but we wanted to go uh, get him a painting lesson. Just it was summertime. We were bored. We're like, hey, let's go to GW and maybe get you a painting lesson. Just see what you think. If they teach any different than I do, or maybe teach you a trick that I haven't taught you. That kind of thing.
Sure.
And we get there, and they tell me, oh, sorry, you've been here before. We can't give you a lesson. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that offer for free lessons is only for first timers. Like, where does it say that? Oh, maybe it doesn't, but that's just the policy. You've been here before, and we know you, and we don't do that. I'm like, that is just. It should be just the opposite. Oh, hey, yeah, we know you. You guys come in here all the time. Come on, sit down. We're all painting. The exact
Hey,
opposite of friendly.
oh, I know. I don't understand some of that. It's kind of the other part is, and people forget about this. I feel like you treat my son badly, I'm not going to buy stuff from you. And guess who has the money? I do, not
Yep.
my son.
But that's
you know?
exactly my point. Is be nice to the people who I know Cal, but that's literally what they said.
Well, and I saw years ago as much as everyone talks about 40K, if you actually look at the player base, it's actually shrunk for 40K. Games Workshop as a whole, because what they did is they would rather have less players and produce less product so they can gouge those players more than anything else. And I look at
Again,
stuff,
like Cal said, that's stupid.
yeah, well, I understand that business model, but guess what? It's like any other business model. If it gets too small, then you don't have anyone to play with, and then
Then you
But
don't have a business.
yep, yep. Well, and everyone else talks about the local Warhammer store. I'll be honest, I've never been to one. I think I've been in one city that's ever had one. I don't live in large cities. They're in those major cities. They're not in the place I have, and I would rather go to my local hobby store, and if need be, admittedly it's a little further away than I want to drive now, but I'd rather go over there.
But see, that's just it. GW should be thought of as your local game store, even if they only carry one line of products.
Well,
they should still think of themselves as your local game store.
Well, to be fair, I have a friend of a friend, so and we're friendly, so don't take that the wrong way. But I just don't hang out with him for the most part, just because he lives in San Antonio. But his brother died, and so he inherited a hobby store, which included the Games Workshop stuff. And Games Workshop has all sorts of rules on how you display things and how many things you have to have, and and then the other part was, and I heard this from, what was it? Was it Miniature War Game? Anyway, there were guys from Canada years ago, and they said GW would not sell to the independent store to sell their products. So,
yep.
You're not helping your third party.
Oh no, they went out of their way to eliminate mom and pop shops. They don't want that.
Well, and
that's competition to them.
Yeah, but that's the worst thing you can do, because guess what? I don't want to always play Warhammer all the time, or I want to mix and match, or whatever.
Yeah, to them that's literally heresy.
Oh, of course. Well, they, what they're hoping for, and I kind of fit in this, is they're hoping for the person that buys lots of boxes and never opens them. That's what they're hoping.
That is the dumbest thing I've heard.
No, it's true.
I can believe it.
Well, we all do it. We have our pile of shame, and then we go buy some more stuff. And you guys are doing your stuff. It's like, well, I got more stuff from Archon Studios coming. Well, how much stuff do you not have painted? How much,
a lot.
Exactly. So what they're hoping for is that you buy the army, you get ready to go, you get it to a certain level, and then you say, okay, that's enough. And that's where eBay really hurts them. It's like, oh, okay. But, eBay used to have really good deals now. And my general feeling for it, and I'm sure that happened before, is, sellers, if they find a cheap price, the big resellers buy it. And it's not like you're buying from the individuals anymore. So you can get good deals. All the good deals are stolen by the big resellers, and then they parse it off at the higher prices. And I understand that, but it kind of makes me go, well, why would I want to hang out at eBay for a lot of things? I'd rather just go to Craigslist. And I tried getting back into it, and I bought tons of Tau stuff. I did. It didn't help that I think my son stepped on some of them as he was trying to tear up my stuff. But anyway,
that sucks, dude.
You know what, though? At the end of the day, he doesn't care about miniatures for the most part. But I get mad when I find all these miniatures on the floor that have been broken. And it's like, stop dumping everything out. Treat some of my stuff with respect, just because you want to go look for something in my stuff. But he was a 12-year-old, so
I open all my boxes. Well, that's not true. There are some boxes, like if I get multiples of, it's like like scenery. What's the point of opening them? I'll open one, check it out, go, okay, I know what I'm going to be in for when I get to painting that. That's why
I
I
mean, I
went with
hate-
all the painted version of the pre-painted Dungeons and Lasers. And yeah, be careful, Mike. Don't hurt your back lifting those boxes of shame.
I know. Well, I have books of shame, but at least I've read pages of them. Uh,
Yeah, I'm way better about books. I don't own a single book that I have not at least read one chapter of.
that's the or I've flipped through it. I haven't read everything, but I mean, like,
No, easily like a full chapter.
yeah.
Usually as soon as I get it,
Oh,
regardless of what else I'm reading,
I'll flip
I'll
through
go in.
it. I mean, I look at this and like this is which of course DM James recommended from this, but this is the Adventure Conquer King, and they did Buy This Axe, which you can go. For
Oh,
this.
you know what? I have not read. I have not read the Adventure Conquer King that I got from Max
cool.
Liao because I'd already read the PDF. I think you sent me,
Oh, okay.
and
That
then we
was-
didn't end up playing. So I'm like,
Yeah. Well. To be fair on that is I haven't started that game up yet. I plan on it at some point. But what I like about this is it gives a whole background for dwarves and how they work, and that I just find that fun. And now he's going to do one on elves. So he's going to do which I think is cool. They're actually, which I think is missing from a lot of the D&D stuff nowadays, is they kind of rely on all their second edition lore books to really push the fifth.
"Hey, Justin,
Hey,
sorry I didn't see you there. I was coming
Yeah.
down the stairs."
I got some sleep. That's where I was.
Good, glad to hear.
Yeah. Oh, but now second
Yeah.
edition lore book.
What's that?
You were talking.
Oh no, I was well. They're going to do an elven lore book after this, and so I'm looking forward to that. I guess he'll put that on a Kickstarter as well. And to be fair, I would rather support the small developer than the big mega corporations anyway. If they do good work, and I think he does excellent work by what I've been reading. And what amazes me is how prolific he is. I mean, how much? I mean, and I know he's doing it full time, but you got to give credit to some guy who decided that he was going to basically leave the legal profession to go work in RPGs.
I missed who you're talking about.
Alexander Macros.
Okay.
You got to give it to anybody who leaves the legal profession.
Actually, I've noticed a lot of women leave I guess, when I was trying to, date around and stuff, a lot of women would become lawyers. And by the time they were in their early to mid 30s, they were out. They just didn't like it.
It's stressful work, right?
Well, I think there's that. I think that, yeah, I mean, well,
It
if
can
you want
also
me to
be disheartening, to see just to be that close to the underbelly of society.
But a lot of people just do the stuff that they don't like patent law or patent law, contract law, and a lot of times you're not trying to do of course there's a big range of lawyers, but it's like, okay, what are you trying to do? So that's why I don't knock it, but I do several of them that said they just did not like working in the legal profession.
I'm gonna be right back.
Sure,
What do you say?
he'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Hey, Cal, are those bugbears better than the old heritage bugbears? Because I have yet to see anything that grabbed me like those. Those were just, mind you, there was only the two poses, but they were perfect right out of the original Monster Manual, which was the first time I'd ever heard of a bugbear. And I've never heard of Satanic Panic. No, I mean the company.
Oh, okay.
Of course, I lived through the Satanic Panic, and I literally saw the satanic side of it. Everybody says, "Oh, that was a myth. That's bullshit." No, it literally wasn't. There were people that were doing the full, sacrificing the chicken before the game. Don't think that was just urban myths and bullcrap. Maybe it was in a larger part of the country, but here in California, that was a real thing.
I'm going to say as much as I knew a couple of people that kind of went that way. I also noticed within a year or two, they're like those guys. They got away from those people as fast as possible. It was it's kind of weird. People dabble in that stuff, and then they're like, nope, 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 and then they back off way quickly. So, but sometimes it's just like, how do you want? It's the same thing of when people are trying to. They're in the rebellious stage. Oh,
Yep.
if you say this is bad, I'm going to do this just to show you you're wrong. Okay. And
Dungeon Brush, you know what? Some of the, believe it or not, I think they were WizKids bugbears or Reaper bugbears were not bad either. But mind you, they were literally almost twice the size of the old 25 millimeter bugbears. But for capturing that exact image that was in the monster manual, Heritage won out. Cool, Cal.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, real quick, Cal, are you ready for Saturday? Both my characters are just about ready.
So what are you be playing, or is that going to be your?
No, it's OGGM is running. I guess you'd call it Crimson Dragon Slayer.
Okay.
With Cal, Grandma, myself, OGGM, and maybe somebody else. It's basically California gamers. That's what I was telling you about, Mike. OG has not got back to me, but if you're in for like an every other Saturday, let me know.
No, that's pretty cool. I've got a crawfish boil this Saturday to go to. So
It's it's going to be like, very very gonzo. Pirates, dinosaurs, very 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 war DC Comics warlord ish, or at least
what. But that's what I loved about the D&D stuff for that whole thing. And I hate saying it, is I want the adventure of the week kind of thing. Hey, you're going here this week. Hey, this week you guys are, and the players can go for whatever. It's the old, when we were kids, we pull out the module and we try running through the module as quickly as possible. And then oh, you got a new module? Go run it, and go from there. So,
I just made up 2 characters. I don't know if I'm going to be running them both, but I made them just in case.
Speaking of which, a little side note for your game, you had one of them saying 600 XP, the other one saying 700. Which one is it?
For when?
A couple weeks ago. When
It could. You know what? It could be both. One from one week and one from the other.
No, it was like the same week.
Oh, really?
You put the post like one day it said 600, and the day after it said 700.
Oh, well, I would take the 700.
Yes, but I try being fair here. I'm not trying to min max everything as much as I used to as a kid.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because people forget.
As opposed to taking both.
If you're on the DM side, and this is one of the things I do like, is when you're on the DM side, you understand where the DM's coming from, and you're like, yeah, that's overpowered. No, that's that doesn't make sense. And I found that usually works pretty well. The problem is when you have a person that's only a player, and they will try getting everything over on everybody, and you're just like, you're not making the game better. You're just not.
Well, I think we got a good group. Speaking of good group, Raven, did you pick out your spells yet? No, I didn't even see she popped out. Let me get her back in here.
Well, no, I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just saying that.
No, the glare out here, now it's coming from a different angle. And
Okay.
I guess she popped out. Okay, well.
Yeah,
she's
no.
listening.
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is that it's better to have, players that are DMs, because they all understand, does this make sense? Oh, this is overpowered. Yeah, that's not overpowered. Okay, even if they have different styles, a lot of times it's nice to interface and say what works and what doesn't in the game. Whereas a lot of times if you just got the one power player and that's all that they do, they're trying to break the game, and you're not making the game more fun for anyone, and you're making it harder on the guy who's trying to run the game. How does that helping you?
Well, that's one of the things I actually like about our group is we have literally every level of player type.
Sure.
I don't know if Justin's ever run games or not. I'll hit him up with that when he comes back.
I think he has, but not.
But I know Armstrong's run some games, Grimm's run some games. Raven, this is her first game ever.
Oh yeah.
Brian, I know, had run games. I'm pretty sure Mac had run games.
Oh yeah, no, I know he has. It's
And I got to tell you, I miss Brian and Mac, but I know stuff happens. That's why I keep having their characters pop in and out of the game, just so that they're still fixtures. So when they do have time to pop back in, they're ready.
Well, you know what, you say that, but if you kind of make it the open, whoever's at the table plays. Like I haven't played with Ye Old Geek in probably a couple of months or a month and a half or so, and guess
I was
what?
wondering about that. What's
well,
up, Grandma? You want the link? It is Thursday.
Well, some of it comes down to is I was out and I'm like, look, I can't sit at the I can't sit at the computer the entire times because it actually caused my legs to cramp, which was bad.
Yeah, I feel bad because I have gotten no less than 4 free subscriptions to John's channel, and every time it's like I'm rarely there. It's always at like a very inopportune time for me, but I try to pop in every once in a while, and I've been on his show, and they're all great guys, but it's just all about timing. Same with GM's Alcove. I don't know when he does shows anymore. I haven't seen him in forever. It seems like it's been the better part of a year. I know he's still out there doing stuff, but all I see are his Pathfinder games, and I'm like, dude, I hate Pathfinder.
Yeah, but you know what? Mark showed up at a couple of the Ye Old Geeks games, and guess what? You show up, you have your character, and you play. And if you don't show up, it's like,
right,
okay.
Give me a sec, Grandma. I'll send you the link.
That's the great thing about having those games is we don't even worry about it. You showed up. Well, and I felt sorry because Mark came in and his character died the first, his first game. That was it. But no, there's a lot of them that do that. But I like because he has it at 8:00 in the morning. I don't feel like I lose my whole day if I play. But I said, okay, certain times I can play and certain times I can't. And, and certain GMs, like, okay, I want to play this because they have rotating GMs. They have 3 rotating GMs.
That's got to be crazy.
Well, no, because you play in one, and if your character wants to switch to a different GM, you have to just make sure that the character timelines work out. So your character can't be in 3 places at once. So you have to decide where that character is. So we play multiple characters. Like, this one. Well, what about him? Is he free this week? Yeah, he's free this week. Okay, he can go play in this game this time.
Who changed the name, Cal?
I think that was the GM's Alcove.
Yeah, no, he changed it to Forge and Brush, and I saw that. And Dean, good news. I'm going to be doing the God Wars thing as part of my regular afternoon videos next month. I wanted to get through Gamma World, and I still got a bunch of stuff to do, but I think I'll be able to squeeze it all out before the end of this month. And then I'm going to go to God Wars because it does kind of tie into not just the game I'm running, but my view of Gamma World. In a way, I could easily see how a God Wars sort of idea could easily play into the mythology of a Gamma World game. Grandma, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
Here's our hero. Man, we're still talking about what you did last week.
Oh.
Absolutely legendary. And as you noticed, folks, we have no Felix. We have no weirdos, no nothing. Today, knock on wood. Okay, Cal, I will check that out right after the show. Cal, if you want to pop in, I can send you the link as well. That way we'll have just about everybody from OGGM's game right here plotting and scheming. Um, 'Cause I'm looking forward to that game. It seems to have the right energy. Would you say there, Grandma?
I think so. I think we're all having fun with figuring out what our characters are going to be and do.
I'm actually. Have you ever read any of his work?
OG?
Yeah.
I don't know. I may have. I may not have. I have to
He's
go
worked for. I think he's worked for GURPS, and he's worked for obviously
It's possible.
the
It's
Red
very
Room.
possible.
Well, Cal, I'm running a warrior and a magic abuser. Grandma's running
A flying nun.
a flying nun.
Yeah.
Freaking awesome.
Don't know if she'll fly, but I was trying to figure out how to work the healer in as from a different from the same time and space as the guys in the Jeep, and I'm like, how am I going to do that? So it has to be a priest class, and then I thought of the flying nun and the hat, and I said, oh, we got to have her. At least the hat. So yeah, I ended up liking that better than my original idea for the nurse. And then I made up a backup character, an operator character from also from the Jeep, the Jeep of many people. I'm not, I don't care what time period we have them come from. I mean, we'll just modify their backstories appropriately. Off to the land of the lost, and then
Yep. I like that idea instead of what do you call it? Because I'm kind of basing my main character off Travis Morgan from the Warlord comic.
I left that right up until they switched. Right up until they got rid of Mike Grell.
Yeah, Mike Grell was great, wasn't he?
Well, then and I
So
understood that
Virgin
they worked
Mobile
on.
Airline. Oh, that's great.
But-
Wow.
but
There's
yeah,
no
the,
fat on that joke whatsoever.
but no, the I found out because I was like, it seems to have a slightly different feel towards it, and sure enough, that's about when Mike Grell was taken off of it, and it's man and that's when they started doing the multi-universe kind of thing where everything's intertwined, and it's like
I haven't
no.
got that far.
I got up to the point which I cared about, which is where they stopped fighting the Atlanteans, and they took over. It's like, okay, that's cool, but man, those are so classic for those type of things, and I need to. I've been listening to what is his name? Ashton Clark Smith,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I'll be honest. I've gotten kind of fed up with Moorcock stuff with Elric. It's like, okay, look, I've gotten through about 1,200 pages of the books.
Which book were you in?
Well, you have to understand is I have the compendium, so
Right, but they're still in order, and they should be divvied up.
right. Well, that's what they did, but when you look at it, is I think I've got like 2 more hours. So this for these 2 books, the second one is the Elric of Melbourne, or is it Stormbringer? Which one's the second one? Stormbringer is what it says for this, but it has several stories in there. It's a collection. It's a collection of all of his stories. So,
Well, did you get to? Okay, it went Elric of Melbourne, Sailor on the Seas of Fate. I think Weird of the White Wolf or Howling Tower, Weird of the White Wolf. Bane of
I'm
the
trying-
Black Sword and Stormbringer.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of them in here when you start looking, because they include all of his stories in here. So like when you look at this is where they put all of his short stories in his books behind here, and there's like 30 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a collection of stuff basically in there,
What-
and done in chronological order, not in written order. So this is volume 3. So this is the final one, which I haven't even gotten to. But I'm getting kind of tired of it, when it's going through there, and it's all right.
Well, did you get to the end
Of which one?
of the world story?
No, not yet. Again, we're going. This is the final. I'm not even through this final, and this one is.
Oh, wow. That's a lot more than I was aware of.
Well, this is book 3 of this, and this one has 900 pages. These I think have 650. This one has 800 pages, and then this one has about 700 pages. So when you add this up, I'm probably through about 1,200 pages of about 2,000 pages. And I'm just going, or 2,100 pages.
See, okay, that's weird because I've got the original 2 Chronicles.
Yes, but these just came out within the last 3 years or so.
Yeah, that's got to be a lot of like the comic books and short
No.
stories from all kinds of weird places.
Yeah, what they did is they took all of Michael Moorcock's stories,
Mhm.
and then they put them in chronological order, not in written order, in the chronological order.
Hey, what's up,
Yeah.
Cody?
So the order they are within the world.
Right,
Right. For those who don't know what chronological means.
If you don't understand what chronological order is, you're probably in the wrong stream.
Sorry it took so long, but
I know what it means, but I just didn't know that he had put out that much stuff after the original 5 or 6 books. I know there was stuff in, like I said, some of the graphic magazines like Epic and I
Well,
forget
a
the
lot
other
of these
ones,
were
and,
the
some
short
of the other
stories that they
stories
had.
from Count Brass and things like that.
yeah, well, like you're saying, there's a lot of short stories, and they're all collected in one place. It gets pretty thick pretty fast when you're talking short stories.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can see that. Yeah, thanks for showing up, Cody.
And it all depends on like the font that's used and the spacing and
Well, that's true, but my whole point
size,
is I'm just using this as a basis of 2,100 pages. I'm about 1,200 pages through this. Just using
A
these
lot,
as reference, and
Yeah.
I'm getting kind of tired of it, to be honest.
well, you're reading that much that dense of a material all at once, right?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me just
I
check.
never finished War and Peace.
I'll be
Yeah,
honest. I've never finished.
I actually like
Return
War
of the
and Peace.
King. I couldn't get the last 20 pages. I grew bored and just stopped. I
Well,
read the
all
whole.
Okay.
20 pages.
These are the ones I have. Okay, the first the first one is
Yeah, so both of those books are comparable to the smaller volumes that
374 and like 475, so about 800 pages. So you would have been done with everything that I've ever read about Elric, had they not did what they did for you.
Well, like I said, the first one is, which is, like I said, I guess he just stopped with so the first one was, this has volume 1, and then they have 3 of them in there, and let's see, it was the Elric of Melbourne, the Fortress of the Pearl, Sailor on the Seas of Fate, and the Weird of the White Wolf. So those were that was that one,
Okay,
and then this
the
one.
Pearl one is totally new to me.
And then this one has The Vanishing Tower, Revenge of the Rose, The Bane of the Black Sword, and then Stormbringer. So those are the 4 books. And within those 4
Stormbringer's
books,
one
they
of the
kind of
original
have
ones.
some of the some of these are compilations of short stories that
Yeah,
whatever.
the one that the Rose one, that's new to me as well. Never heard of
And then this one, which is the last one, is going to have The Dream Thief's Daughter,
I have that one.
the Skraeling Tree, and the White Wolf's Son.
that. White Wolf's Son. I don't know Elric had a kid.
Yeah, that was actually, he mentions that, which has to do with the dream, where they basically have sex and she gets pregnant, and he mentions that early on in like the first part of the book, volume 1.
But that doesn't make any sense because Well, unless the sun is on a completely different planet. Don't want to give anything away, but if you've read everything, then you know things don't end well. And if he had a son on that planet, it would be pointless.
Well, it was kind of like but they were on multiple planets where he goes through different things. Yeah, it was, but it was I forget which one it was. It was the Fortress of the Pearl, but
Yeah.
he meets some lady in there and they have sex and she gets pregnant, and so he doesn't even know he has a son yet. So
Okay, that's why. And I think the Fortress of the Pearl. I have the graphic novel sitting on my book stack that I will get to. Because when you get to Stormbringer, it's over. There is no reason to read anymore.
well, I'm right now where they're starting to get into the whole war, where he's going to be using Stormbringer for that. So let's see, on volume 2, I'm on Stormbringer right now. I just haven't finished it.
Okay.
But guess what? There's a whole other, a bunch of
Yeah.
he continues it from there.
It sounds like they didn't plan it well, Shadow. Nice. And Dean, what I meant was that previous joke, every word of it was necessary. There was no extra BS. That was a perfect joke.
I missed the joke.
RPG Grandma is running a Flying Nun, and Dean Powell said so. Virgin Airlines.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect joke, right?
Yeah, that's
Just like,
pretty cool.
and I'm not sure what we're supposed to be reading for next week, but like I have the
Oh,
It's a short story. Exile of Atlantis. Paul.
who was that?
Robert E. Howard.
Robert E. Howard. Call.
Oh, okay.
I
It's
think
just-
I'm reading the whole book.
Oh, just the short story.
Oh no, I'm way past that. So I got
Okay.
this book now.
Yeah. I am kind of disappointed there, Justin.
We can do the whole book. I don't care. It's not that long. It's just there's more than one story for us to talk about if that's the case, right?
Well, yeah. Then we could go into like, what was your
All right, I'm not sure where I
what
put
was
my
your favorite
Chronicles of
character? What was your
Amber,
favorite
but-
story? That kind of thing to get as much out of it because it's Robert E. Howard. If you're gonna, because you could have picked Solomon Kane, which isn't
Well-
very D&D, but no, it's,
Yeah, you
It was-
picked Cole the Conqueror, which is not even on the.
Yes,
You'd
it
have to
is.
go
I
buy
looked up. The Appendix N. It's right there.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I'm,
Well,
I'm,
no.
I'm
Well,
enjoying it. I love Howard's
Yeah.
writing style.
Mhm.
So
Well, the problem was that you picked the one that's still under copyright, so you just can't get it just simply.
yeah, you can.
And RPG Dad, me too. I've got some Doc Savage and some original Doc Savage and
Go
the
to your
Shadow on my
library.
list.
The Cull books or stories came out before.
No, they weren't printed until 1965 is the problem, and so they go from the point where it was published rather than
Okay.
anything else.
Were they published in magazines though, like Weird
Um,
Fantasy or anything like that prior to?
They were published after his death. Is the thing for Cole the Conqueror. It's what he had, so it was published in 1965. Whereas stuff like, and I'll be honest, is I listened to all the Conan ones for the audiobooks. That was what 32 hours of it.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
imagine.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And it was, and the last one I got to was, I'd already read
Conan of Aquilonia.
No, the Red Nails, but it was the other one that he did, which was the, it was the, what was it? It was his novel long one. It was like 150 pages or something.
That sounds like Red Nails.
No, Red Nails is the one before. It's the one
Oh.
after. That was his last one. No, it was the one where he loses his army and he has to flee from his kingdom. I'll look it up real fast.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
that
not,
hard.
it's not ringing a bell.
Um,
And I've only read, I've read all the books, but the last 2 or 3 I only read once. And every time I try to get back to them, I'll stop at like 5, 6, or 7, and then something else will come along. I'm
Yeah.
right now in, I want to say book number 4 or 5 of trying to reread the whole series, but
Yeah, I'm in the section of the Cole book where they're going through the partial manuscripts and stuff. It's still good.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not saying that. It just bugs me that he picks the ones that Hour of the Dragon's the one I was referring to.
Oh,
Really, I'm not familiar with that.
well, I was just told to pick something on the list, and the list said,
I know. I'm just teasing you,
Cole
Justin.
the Exile,
yeah.
fine.
Exile of Atlantis, because it's the
Yeah.
first chronological story in the Call series,
Right.
and he
I mean,
comes before Conan in timeline.
I
Otherwise, I
know.
would have picked a Conan book.
I
It
just
also
picked
gave me an
Conan one.
excuse.
Like my favorites. I love Queen of the Black Coast. I like the.
Well, I
Yeah.
like the fact that in some of the other stories with the Cole stories, they actually revolve around other characters, and he's actually in the background.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Conan
Which
did
is
that
really
too.
interesting.
Mhm.
There was a couple of
Um,
great Conan stories that were like that. As a matter of fact, when I ran, when I played in Crafty Mac Craft's Modiphius Conan game, we actually were running the one, basically the story that is about those characters that are getting attacked on the river by the who was that tribe?
the Picts.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, and it was a lot of fun, but it was there was nary a hint of Conan in it. It was just the world, and
Mhm.
it ran really well. I think
Yep.
Travis was there and a few other people. It was a really good game, but we all told him, hey, if you're going to run another one, let us know. And that was like 2 years ago. So
I know. I've got admittedly Modiphius, instead of just shutting up about stuff. That's the problem when people virtue signal. I've been reading their Cohort Cthulhu, and
Okay.
which is basically they they took all the lessons they've learned from the previous 2D20 and they put it into, and then they set it up in the Roman era against Cthulhu
okay.
monsters.
Right.
And I've been going through the rules. I've liked what I've read. I do like what I've read for it, but man, it's just like, just shut up. Say, hey, we're here playing games. You don't like it, leave it out. It's why in the world no one wants to say that. Instead, they want a virtue signal. I'm like, just shut the hell up, because all you're doing is turning people away that will buy your product.
And it just never seems to occur to people that they're making the material extremely dated.
Yes, exactly.
Because what's cool today to be on, like, make a statement about 15 years from now.
They're one, they're going to be on the wrong side of history, and two, if they actually paid any attention to what the youngest of generations is leading toward, they'd be more concerned.
Well. Here's the problem that I have
Well-
with it. It's like,
but I don't want to get into the politics of it all. I'm just saying you should keep that stuff out.
Well, here's the thing.
For
Make
writing
a good, strong, compelling character, and it's not an issue. That's all that really matters. If you're just doing like you're saying, where you're trying to date it for that, even when I can find some of the stuff that's dated, for like guys, stuff like that, I still enjoy it because it has to build characters and make things interesting, rather than just, oh, you're supposed to feel guilty, so you have to be this way. Okay.
Well, the last time this stuff came around in a civilization, the people overthrew the government. The three largest empires in the world teamed up to overthrow that government, and it still took 80 years for this stuff to rear its head again.
Yep.
That was World War II.
We know, Justin.
We know.
If you know much about the politics.
Speaking of World War II, speaking of World War II, Grandma, is that what era we're from, or do you want to go?
That's what I was originally thinking, because then the Jeep could have the devil dog engine. And there's lots of things you can do with that Jeep. Go look up World War II Jeep on YouTube.
The Wiley.
Yeah, go look it up. Just the original Bantam World War II Jeep. There's a couple guys who do old cars, and you can learn all about all the cool crap that Jeep could do. It's
I
cool
almost
shit.
bought one of those.
It-
There was one at the last gun show, and I'm like, you know what?
They're push start, and if that don't start it, they don't have a key. It has an old style like a Model T crank. Put it in there to crank start it, and the headlights. You can do some things, and the headlights can be turned around to point into the engine, so you can work on the engine. So you can move the headlights around. I mean, it's way cooler than the modern Jeep, despite the fact that it doesn't have all the modern toys.
That's cool as hell.
It's cool as hell, man.
I don't think I'd want to push start Jeep personally, especially if I was living in California.
You don't push start it. You Model T crank it.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, if it has a push button like the modern cars.
Okay, that's what you mean.
Well,
Is that fucking neat for World War II?
Hey,
Yes,
hey,
yes.
Justin. For instance,
I was
if
thinking for the
gas
time.
is, push start just means you have to push it from behind to actually get it to go.
That's what I was thinking for the time period, and I really don't want like
No.
in California.
I meant it has
just
a
some
push
kids
button
can steal your
start.
car by pushing it a few feet.
Yeah, no, it's got a push start and start. It's actually they're actually pretty cool. I mean, I've seen one before at the Aerospace Museum down here.
Mhm.
They leak oil a lot, but
Yeah, but we have modern caulking to solve that
they
problem.
have a cork.
Oh, okay. Oh.
But things you don't know about. Things I've done, including primer painting the interior support struts of a bamboo bomber.
Yeah. Now,
Yep. Restoration work on planes.
Justin.
I only picked the Call a Short Story because we were doing this one so close to the last one compared to the normal schedule.
I know. I was just teasing you for the
I
cold.
thought we were going to do them one every 2 weeks.
I thought you said once a month. That's why I was thinking it was closer than normal.
Well,
But if we're doing it every 2 weeks,
Yeah, I
yeah,
thought that-
definitely. That's still really good. There's plenty of time to read a book.
Yeah.
I love his
It's not even
description.
like the description.
I love his descriptions in the book.
Oh yeah. He's
Yeah.
very
Grabs you.
purple in his prose.
Yeah.
But that was normal back then. Like, well,
Well, it was. All these people that talk about Gygax, high Gygax, and they all wrote that way. Go
I
read
know.
the Earth.
The
Go read
stuff
the
I
Dying
love.
Earth. And I've read plenty of war games. It's not. That's how all war gamers wrote. It's this
Yeah.
whole idea that somehow it was only Gygax. Well, that's because you guys aren't looking at all the other stuff that was.
yeah.
But that-
Yeah.
It's not the modern way of writing. It's
Modern
not
way
even
of
the
writing
historical
sucks.
way of writing.
Well, it's historical being what, from the 1970s. I mean that's
No, the 1800s. I
No,
read a lot
no,
of stuff
actually, no. I mean, reading what Gygax wrote and stuff, that's exactly how all war gamers wrote during the 70s. If you ever go,
Oh,
look
yeah.
at
From,
them
well,
on-
I just
Well,
said
yeah.
1800s, but
yeah, I know, but I'm saying, but they act like it was unusual for that kind of style of writing. Like, it's not.
no, it was normal for pulp fantasy and such for the longest time.
Yes.
Honestly, it does get kind of boring after a while. Like it's good, but you start to realize that the writer is just coloring the language to cover up the lack of character development or
No,
plot
I'm-
structure.
Well,
No.
let's face it. Pulp
It
characters.
does after a while.
Pulp characters don't grow. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? They almost can't, because then they lose their
the
audience.
serial ability.
Right. You know,
Well,
the
and
episodic, you know, or non-episodic audience. We got to remember that, you know, the people who were listening to the radio shows weren't all reading the books as well,
Yeah.
and they were, you know, it was their, you know, it was their TV of the time, and they weren't going to miss it. And if something drastic happened, they might just go to a new serial on another channel.
Yeah, which is fear on behalf of the writer, because usually,
Yep.
the result of changing stuff, like if you don't do it too radically, you end up building the audience because it
Well,
And that mentality
it
really
spreads
hasn't
word of mouth.
changed. I mean,
There have been attempts to break from it here and there, but
look at Batman's a perfect example. How much
Yeah.
has he changed since the beginning?
yeah, they just add new gender fluid versions of them to the story.
well,
Or new bad guys, or you know, which
Well, there's like
Robin-
8 Batman now.
how the new Robin is going to die. Those were the
Yeah.
big changes. You know, whether or not he was actually, you know, hooking up with Catwoman or Batgirl. The answer is both. As a matter of
I
fact, the
thought
original
Robin
Catwoman
was
actually
hooking up with Batgirl.
depending on which line you read, Batman and Batgirl did hook up. Batman and Catwoman hooked up, but then she died back in the 50s. I want to say she actually died.
Catwoman?
Yeah.
Or Batgirl. Yeah, Catwoman.
Batgirl. I mean, no, Catwoman died. Batgirl
She became paralyzed in a
right.
timeline.
from the attack of the Joker,
Yeah,
the sexual assault of the Joker. Excuse me.
yeah.
Which, you know, blew my mind when I read Killing Joke, and I'm like, oh my god, they're actually going there. Holy crap! That's one way to get Batman to snap. All right.
Yeah.
Exactly, Dean. Very nice.
well, here's the thing: is when you're doing episodic, is they because they can shift them out of order, which is one of the things they went through later. That's why Moorcock is they decided to put him back in order. You can have growth of characters in some of it, but I was looking at, if any of you have read Dying Earth, go read on how that's written. That's exactly the way that Gygax.
Read who?
Dying Earth.
Dying Earth.
Oh
The
yeah.
Dying
If there was one book that influenced Dungeons and Dragons more than Dying Earth, I cannot put my finger on it. That
No,
has
that's
to
going to
be
be
it.
on the reading list, right?
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Be. There's a big
Is it on Appendix N? Then yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It might even. I don't know. Is it alphabetical or is it just?
Well, it's on YouTube. Each of the stories.
guys, I put it in your book thing of all the Appendix Ns. I put a couple of them. One Goodman Games, because Goodman Games includes some of that, and they include some newer stuff that Gygax didn't have as well. And as much as everyone knocks Goodman Games, they do. I know this is one thing for you. If you look in the past couple of weeks, they just had a tribute to Roger Zelazny.
I don't see anything in here by you.
I thought I posted it in there. Let me go double check.
Matter of fact, I don't even see you in the book club. I will add you to it.
Well, this is under Shadow.
Okay, yeah.
No, we got to put you in the book club.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me just add you to that.
Oh, okay. Because I put it in Shadow because he had one on books. It has all of the Appendix N in his.
Yeah, there's a couple of different websites or pages on the internet that's all it is. Just the list, all
Yeah.
searched up.
And if you look at it, it's not generally by it's by author more than it is by book.
Yeah,
let's
and
face
that's
it.
the one I got.
Yep.
The Appendix N thing.
Yeah.
Terry Pratchett would have made Gygax list if Terry,
Well, I mean,
Was
if
that
you look
early
at it,
enough?
when was this? Is 1977?
right?
Or
I'll
something
be
like
honest with you. I'm
Terry
not a
got
huge fan of
Alzheimer's.
Terry Pratchett's.
I've never read Pratchett, but some of it,
Me
at the
neither.
end of the day, is if you look at it, what Gygax is saying influenced him was generally from 73 and before. But I think Dragon Riders of Pern, the first book, would have done the inspiration. There's a lot of stuff in there, and it's like, okay. Anyway,
Take care,
good night.
Dean.
Hey, party on, Dean.
Um,
If you're the real Dean.
Yeah.
He's
well,
the real Dean.
yeah, that sounds like
And
it.
we'll see.
Dragon Riders are
We'll
purr.
see you
That's a
soon, and
classic.
definitely be ready for next Thursday.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Um,
but if nothing else, because I've been listening through at least the first 3 John Carter, basically anything that's kind of free for me to get or that's really long. I've been listening to it, and you can look at the influences just in the writing of Gygax based on the books he read. Dying Earth, that's a big one. The John Carter.
Oh, Dying
Martha
Earth's
Conan.
massive. Got kobolds in there. And
Yeah,
kinds of stuff.
and so when people are, I always get onto Yale Geek where he's like, that wasn't part of D&D. Did you read the Dying Earth series? Because that is all science. That's kind of Gamma World.
Well, not only that,
They're
Grandma
all
brought
mad
up.
scientists.
Grandma brought up
Mathematician.
last week, I think it was, how in the original D&D, white box, things from John Carter were literally in the first 3 books. And if you go a little further to deities, demigods, and heroes, Elric was there, Conan was there. I don't know if Fafhrd and Grey Mouse were there.
No, they were. It was Cthulhu and Elric were removed because.
No. I'm talking deities, demigods, and heroes.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
That was way before, which had, I know it had, and I don't know what happened to my copy of it. I know I owned it. But I can't find my copy of Deities, Demigods, and Heroes. And that book is pretty freaking expensive, even for a beat-up copy these days. And I know it's out there for free, but I want to reconstruct a white box collection just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, well,
So a little side note. This is what I don't understand.
I have to look at the Internet Archive.
So I mean, on the 50th anniversary, you kind of figure what WotC should have done is they should have done a hard copy. A wooden box special edition, high end thing, and that's what they should have done for the 50th edition. To say, hey, this was what D&D was.
Didn't they do like a 40th like that though?
I don't know if they did, but
I know there is a Wizards of the Coast wooden box set of like the 3 basic books.
well,
Right.
But why not do another one in the 50th edition? Bring it out and say,
didn't
guess
sell
what?
well enough.
Or the
Well,
fact that
so-
they're, I don't know that it's not that it's sold well enough. I think that they've actually, because there was a time where Wizards of the Coast wasn't what we all know now. And
Yeah,
I could
I
see
know.
that back, 10 years ago, let's say, they might have put out a 40th edition, 30th edition, whatever, and leaned into what made them want to buy that company. Why they wanted to own Dungeons and Dragons.
Well,
There
I
As
mean,
opposed to what made them want to destroy it.
but no, it's not that they.
No.
But what gets me
Well,
about
they
it,
don't want to destroy Dungeons and Dragons. They want to destroy the fan base of Dungeons and Dragons.
no, they don't even want to do that. What they want to do is they want to destroy the history of Dungeons and Dragons. It's basically that. But again, you could have done several of them, which I know that they brought out the stuff like Elmore. You could have brought out a bunch of 50th edition stuff that says, hey, look, over the 50 years, we're going to go back all the way from the white box to the BX. I mean, you could have done a bunch of special editions out there and said,
And it all would have sold like crazy.
and
If
they
they
could have
think it
done.
wouldn't, they
Oh yeah.
I mean, they could have done Hasbro Pulse just to see. One is
Especially if they had done an adaptation version, like instead of it being like just the original one cloned, but in fancier materials. It had been like the book was 2 or 3 times the size, where it would give you the original rules and how it could be adapted for the modern game.
well, no. I mean, but that's what the old school, the original Adventures Reincarnated by Goodman Games. I mean,
Yeah,
and they could have put on Hasbro Pulse. This is why I mentioned is because that was their a version of Kickstarter to make sure that there was enough interest in the first place. And say, guess what? You're going to get this. We're going to give. We're going to have people sign off on things. I mean, they could have made millions off of that. And I'm not saying it would have been great. The biggest thing, but boy, they would have brought in a lot of people. Even D and James Bates watched like, well, I would have thought. It gets me about that is
Come in here, you bug up, you get them upset.
is they could have done a lot of that stuff to bring the old players back in for stuff and said, like the Larry Elmore. Guess what? We're also going to have this from Larry Elmore. We're going to have this from.
hell,
Mark
they could have
Watson.
even gone to whoever owns Grenadier, Walpartha, and Heritage. and brought back all the old D&D miniatures and just enlarged them for
Yeah.
28 mil.
Oh,
Right.
well, you
Maybe
know what
clean them up a bit.
Yeah.
Clean them up a bit
Because
they were pretty
Reaper
chunky.
actually did that with a lot of their sculpts are actually literally resized miniatures from the Heritage line of Dungeon Dwellers, which was one of the original D&D lines of miniatures. And there are some classic poses that Mike Carr and some of the other guys came up with that they just okay, we're gonna get a new artist and the same pose, just a little bit different, more detail because it's bigger, etc. And they are sweet figures, and they could have done the same thing with all the old companies. Literally bought them and owned them if they wanted with their kind of money, right?
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
that, and just said, you know what, we are going to write the biggest, longest, maybe even decade-long love letter to the original Dungeons and Dragons and reintroduce it to all the new people, leaving out all the bull crap, and just say, look, this is what got us here. Let's,
Yes.
let's
No,
show
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
like-
no. What you do is you do it generation by generation. First, you do the white box, and then you do the first, and then you do the old editions. You just bring up your special editions for these, and say, and then seeing on, and you can do it like one Kickstarter a month or one Hasbro Pulse a month, and said, okay, we're gonna start with this white box version.
Well, I'd probably give it more time than that between each one because you get purchase fatigue if it's that close
Yes,
together
yeah,
from
yes,
Kickstarter that way.
but remember, you
Especially if
don't have-
they're big ticket items.
yes, but the point is that it's your 50th anniversary. You go all out for that anyway, and you do
yeah.
it once per month because at that point you're aiming towards some of the older games. And to be fair, some of the newer gamers may not be interested in that, and some of the older gamers may not be interested in new stuff. But you do it, every month. Hey, guess what? We're going to do this one. We're going to do the white box, and this is a special edition. Yeah, it's going to be about $300 or $400. Oh, guess what? We're going to do now the BX version or the Beck Mean. Guess what? We're going to have all these books in there, and they're going to have their special edition. And then we're going to do this one. And so the people who grew up with some of the stuff will say, you know what? I didn't like the old white box. I don't want that one. Or I don't want the old first edition. I want the Beck Me stuff. Okay, fine, but you're focusing on those groups. The old Greyhawks stuff. Like,
Well,
hey,
yeah,
guess
the
what?
Greyhawk. Well, that when WotC took over, they had a whole huge. When they decided they were only going to do the Forgotten Realms, right?
Yeah.
But they still had a whole huge free archive of Greyhawk for like the longest time. Like you could go look up anything about Greyhawk, and it was right there.
Yeah,
And then they
but
took it down.
remember the book? You know what they could have done is instead of for the map, instead of it having the normal fold out kind of the
Gloss
almost like
paper.
the poster. You know what they could have done? They could have made a cloth map out of that.
Oh yeah,
And made it
like a wall tapestry map.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would have it on my wall, even though
People
Yeah.
would
I
have
gave
bought
up
that.
Greyhawk decades and decades ago to still have that. I wonder if part of the problem wasn't that they thought drive-through already got all that money.
Well, no. But here's the point: when you do those special editions, which drive-through only does print on demand, but like when you get the Greyhawk,
Yeah.
like if you did that, and to be fair, they have the back, and this is why you do Hasbro Pulse, because guess what? Hasbro Pulse tells you if the players want it or not. If it doesn't make, that's fine. Guess what? This is what we would have done. But man, could you imagine? Like you said, you could do that. You could
And
do
that-
both. Go ahead.
that wall tapestry is just a stretch goal, right? It's like
No. That would be your main part of it.
No.
It wouldn't even be a stretch goal. It would be, hey, we know that these new players would want that wall tapestry, and then you put in with the box, which is your normal stuff. But I wouldn't make that as a stretch goal. I'd make that as your primary
You
goal.
need to.
It's because remember, this is your 50th
Yeah,
edition.
got
This is your
broken
special.
foot.
This is your special stuff.
But I like the idea of a stretch goal. That way you get to everybody, telling everybody else and crowdsourcing and getting everybody
Yeah.
to like,
you
know,
want
I'd be really
sounds,
pumped,
but
because that is a great freaking idea.
you want the assured purchase of the starter box to be encouraged by something that's sweet, and that's why you make
but you
that.
don't need to have the stretch goal. And I'm going to mention because you can just look at what happened with Frosthaven. They didn't
Well,
have any
yeah, but
goals.
how many fucking stretch goals did it have?
0.
this.
And did it succeed?
It was like the second largest Kickstarter ever.
Yeah.
Maybe because you have the built-in fan base. The point is you already have a built-in fan base. You don't have to do those stretch goals. Now you could do a couple of the stretch goals, like, hey, we'll throw in this module, we'll throw in this for some. But the problem is that when you get stretch goals that starts adding more and more money at the end, it's like keep it.
Yeah.
Narrow. And again, if you do
Well,
one,
no,
if you do one per month, you can get there.
you limit you. That's the thing. I learned this really quick by observation. You limit to 3 stretch goals. Anything more than that becomes too much work, and they have to be something that's like simple.
So like for
No.
Greyhawk, what they could have done for Greyhawk was they could say, guess what? We're going to do Temple of Elemental Evil. We're going to do Against the Slavers, and then we're going to do the Demon Web Pit as your 3 stretch goals, because those that was your big arc of modules there.
I would. Did you say Against the Giants?
That's
Is it-
included. That's including the Queen of the Demon Web Pits. We're talking about. Do you remember those super modules that came out with?
Yeah.
It's-
Because
it's-
I don't know that Against the Slave Lords would fly in today's day and age.
as everyone
Well,
says,
I know it says it in the title, guys, but people are freaking retarded.
No.
out there.
Here's the problem: is you're looking at it as the modern game. The modern gamer won't go for it, but they're not selling to the modern gamer. They're selling to us who grew up with this stuff, and then
Yeah.
They don't-
it's
they
month
wanna
by
sell-
month. It's
They want to sell to the modern people.
well, no. See, that's the problem. Is everyone thinks that, but my point being is that when you go from generation to generation, guess what? The people who don't like 3rd and 4th and 5th edition aren't going for the later stretch goals. They're going for the earlier stuff. This is your 50th year anniversary. So if you do it month by month, guess what? I don't care about 3rd edition. I don't care about 4th edition. I don't care about 5th edition. But those stretch goals would be at the end for 4th, 5th, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then your 2nd edition would have a lot of stuff. And that's what I'm trying to say is, if people want to buy that old stuff, they can. And then old grognards like ourselves are going to buy the stuff that's like, oh, I'd like to have an equivalent white box, except it has a nicer, it has the wooden slip case with some of the books. They're going to give the expansions for it, and like, oh, that's cool. And some of the old adventures, like, okay, cool. There's kind of your stretch goals, adding some of the old adventures, and you make that nice box. And when you do it in Hasbro Pulse, again, they don't lose anything on it because they know what the what do I want to say, the market demand is. That's what I'm trying to say.
And if you normalize, it would also normalize the use of the word slave, so you wouldn't have so many little bitches complaining about it in the new audience.
Well,
Right, like
well,
that's
here-
the thing. A lot of this attitude is inculcated attitude, and if you break that inculcation, you lose that attitude.
yeah. Well, a
I
lot of
certainly hope so.
You
Because
don't get 60-year-old fat guys storming off because the conversation went into it.
yeah.
Well, but a lot of it is that when you start seeing some of these things, it's like, look, if you don't like it, don't buy it. And
Yeah.
what you're saying is hey, your hero's trying to break up the slave ring, which is the whole point of Against the Slavers. But you get that, and then you go into your 2nd edition. And you say, okay, guess what? We're gonna have our Forgotten Realms. We're gonna have our Dragonlance. Well, which is all technically 1st edition.
Planescape even.
Well, Planescape was 2nd.
Yeah, but
but
it was
that-
a big freaking seller.
Well, but what did they do? They shot themselves in the foot by trying to do their 5th edition, and they didn't even go all in. So they lost all the things that made it unique and interesting, like Spelljammer. What the hell did you do with Spelljammer? What did you do with Dragonlance, which is one of your biggest sellers? What did you? I mean, if they want to do the Dragonlance, let's say that they did a month for Dragonlance. Guess what they could have done with the Dragonlance? They could have put all of the 16 modules that were in there. They could have put in the various books that went in. Hey, guess what? You get Margaret Weiss's, original trilogy. They could have done all of that stuff in there and said, this is our Dragonlance month. And so for people like myself who don't really care for Dragonlance, and guess what? You could have gotten a hardback, except they would have done a special edition hardback. You could have gotten all of the modules.
Yeah, a nice. Well, that's the thing. If you're gonna do that, I wouldn't have gone with like a balsa slip wood case thing, I would like gone with something that looked like a jeweler's box or something like that, something you would find in a dungeon.
Mhm.
Get you could get a nice looking box.
Maybe even an actual treasure chest.
Yeah, or you could do that for one of them.
I know,
And
right,
the
Cal?
books are
They
in
didn't have
there,
sequels.
and if it comes with the
How lame.
miniatures, they could be like in a compartment in the top or whatever.
Oh,
You
Oh,
know,
don't get me wrong. You could make like $1,000 where you literally have to open it up, and so it feels like a tome. You open up, which is wood, and you open
Yeah.
it up, and it could have the leather around it. But when you open it up, then you find all the normal books inside.
Yeah.
You've done stuff that are really cool. So it looks like like a wizard book, but you know how you open it up and it's actually like you said, a box. There's so many cool things they could have done. You could have.
Well, I'm not thinking like the book's a box. I'm thinking like like there's a small chest or like
But again, my problem with that is that you have to get it of a big enough size, and I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just But each one can have its own little gimmick thing, and like I said, the reason I mentioned the wood case is that's what the original Dungeons and Dragons came in, was a wood box. Was the old white box was a wooden box that came into it, and said I would have vastly upgraded that box. So now you're getting an actual work of art, basically. And
because you know how few of those original wooden boxes even exist now. Probably about 50.
They were balsa wood, right? So they would have.
Well, I'm not sure what they were made of, but then the other part
probably.
Well, I think they had the cheap hinges and stuff, but you could make better hinges, and then you could. I mean, I hate saying this, you could probably sell it for $1,000, and there are enough people out there that want, that kind of thing. And you're like, okay, this is your special collector's edition. We're going to give you a signed note that says this is 1 out of 1,000 or something like that, and.
I'll look.
And
That might be
with the laser cutting technology we have and wood burning tech.
Yeah,
that might have actually been what they did. I'm gonna have to go look and see what WizKids did for the wooden boxes that they did put out of
WizKids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, but the problem that they have right now is, to be fair, they don't think that way. They don't look at it.
It's they didn't even release the character for the 50th edition. The WizKids didn't even release the character on the cover of the.
Well, WizKids doesn't own it. WizKids is what they get licensed from. I mean, look at what went over.
Well, they were given interpretation and then decided to not deliver the product at all.
But I mean, well,
I'm just saying that that character was not released.
Well, some of that
Which character?
Well,
the one on the cover of the book that you see from behind. They released some chick instead.
Oh, I thought they did release it, but it's female. And
that's why I'm saying they didn't release the character at all.
Well, here's the other problem: is it has to be approved by WotC. This is the problem whenever you have licenses. It has to be approved by the main company before you even allow to release it. So,
I thought that mini is available in like a booster box or whatever.
It is. It's out there. But here's the problem: is if you look at it, it's not for the collector so much. It looks like it's a cheap toy I give to my son.
Well, they're all like that part of the thing.
I understand that, but
although the action figure that it came out like I want to say a couple of years ago. The action figure of that character, it came in a decent box. It's kind of a collectible style box, so if you want it, it's out there.
But again, if you're doing your 50th edition, you're aiming at people with deep pockets that really love that nostalgia, and so you don't go cheap. And that was the problem I heard, even with Transformers. Is that they didn't understand that the collector's market has to have a high end. If they're going to be paying $200 or $300 for something, it has to be higher end. You can't just produce it like you would for a child of that would spending $20.
And it's even worse now with especially if you're doing things in the last 5 years because we have the 3D printers.
Yeah,
and you can get a higher quality model.
They got to up their game
at your home.
Well, I'm talking about
because what they're putting out does not have the quality that we're seeing with with 3D sculptors.
No. These aren't 3D sculptures. We're talking about with articulated limbs and stuff.
You can do articulation in
but it-
3D printed things.
You have to put in the better joints. You can't cheap out on
Yeah.
saying, hey, we're gonna use a cheap alloy. You have to use like real stainless steel. You're gonna have to start doing stuff like that. You can't because they were talking about similar stuff with the Star Wars figures, like with General Grievous and stuff. They're like cool, but you have to make sure that they're sturdy enough that you would want to display them in a curio cabinet kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm referring to. So you have to make it higher. They did the same thing with the Transformers, but the problem was that they were trying to do their cheap methods of production for collectors' items, and collectors want good items, not
Yeah. You gotta get those crisp lines and those steady paint layons or whatever they're called.
Yeah, you got to have the better painting. You got to have the better quality. That's what I'm trying to refer to. But again, even if you said, "Hey, this is one limited edition of 1 in 1,000," and you did like old white box, and then you did the old Greyhawk, and you did a cloth, like we said, if you did a
wall hanging
tapestry, you did a tapestry, then you did one for Forgotten Realms, you did one for Dragonlance, and then you did the second edition. You said, "Hey, guess what? We're going to do a Dark Sun. We're going to do we're going to do a Planescape. We're going to do a Spelljammer."
Now I want Arduin tapestries. I'm gonna have to talk to George and Dave.
Yeah, what Arduin tapestries.
Right?
Or an Arduin blanket.
Oh,
See,
God,
a
yeah.
blanket is cheaper, so that would probably be a better way of going.
Yeah, it's gotta be this. It's gotta be the soft stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
well,
the cozies.
a tapestry is a carpet with a hook on one end for a fucking dowel.
Yeah, exactly. But again, is
But I want to snuggle up with Arduin.
Who
Well,
wants to snuggle?
The land.
but if you can get stuff like that, well, you remember the old, he really wants the Arduin sheets, like they used to have the Spider-Man sheets.
Cal wins the chat tonight. I got all the
Hey,
beanie
you know
babies.
what though is
I got all the Beanie Babies.
but I'm just saying, if you just did like
No,
limited edition 1 in
They didn't have
1,000,
ship rules in space in the
what,
whatever.
Spelljammer or Arduin?
No, not Arduin. I just see what Cal wrote here. I think he's talking about
Spelljammer.
Spelljammer.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, but the new edition didn't have it. The 5th edition didn't have it. It's like
Right.
Which is like stupid
Lame.
because it's a game about fucking ships.
and that's
space.
the
Well-
problem with 5th edition is that they half-ass all this stuff. They're minding their old IP, but they're not trying to bring the quality in that they used to have.
Well, because they believe it or not, this is one of those cases where the war gamer mentality does not exist in the current D&D, but this is the one case where it's actually detrimental. If they would have understood that your ship, whatever Spelljammer you're on, doesn't automatically win because die rolls and shit, and you don't just hand it to them, they would have realized, oh my gosh, we better come up with some ship rules because the crew could end up, floating back home.
Well, it's not even that. You just treat the ship rules like it's just another character, right? So you just create a ship character sheet, and
Well,
up
but
there?
party has to work.
But there's a
together.
lot of this. Is if you look at it, 5th edition is still a war game when you look at it with all the hexes and squares and
Oh
everything.
yeah, it's so
Yeah.
gory.
So to pretend that it's not there, but this
Well, but Omen, I think what you're thinking of is actually more of a video game war gamer mentality as opposed to the old grognard war gamer mentality.
I'm going with the old BX mentality, which is what most people were in reality. Which is like, hey, we had this, but nowadays I look at like what my friends have, which was nothing I had as a kid, which is tons of miniatures, tons of this other stuff. Even though when they play Theater of the Mind, they're still
Seriously.
playing with a lot of it. But at the end of the day, because they're using a lot more squares. I never use squares whenever even when we play with you, Shadow, we don't use squares whenever we're playing.
Right?
No.
You just kind of eyeball it.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's what they're doing. But
No, we don't even do that.
Yeah. We don't eyeball any of that RPG grammar. He just describes it. We say, "Hey, does this work?" And he's like, "Yeah." It's like, okay, which is what I did as a kid anyway. I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
but so the whole idea of this that they don't have it. Guess what? If you're bringing out Spelljammer as a DM, and you know this because I know you do it too in first edition, you ignore rules you don't plan on using. But to not have the rules at all is bad.
Right.
Or simplify them down to their easiest mechanic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A rule shouldn't spill onto more than one page to start with. So if you've got a rule in the old book that's too fucking big, you hand it over to the development team and say, make this less stupid.
It's like, look, if
Less
you have
wording.
5 or 10 pages.
Well, that's.
But I mean, but
part of
again,
stupid.
my whole point is they're throwing stuff out there without even looking at the quality, and then they, and as much as they talk about the Hadozi, I honestly think that was a marketing ploy to sell more copies, because now that everyone's going, ooh, let me get the politically incorrect version, because that
Well,
Argarians.
If it was really true, right? Like if the thing was really true, and they weren't a bunch of spineless bitches, which I do believe they all are, they should have just said, "Shut up." It was it's a piece of art.
No. But remember, you're trying to think of like this. But if you're trying to sell it and you don't have a good quality product,
well, if they were true virtual signalers, they would have offered to buy all those copies back.
Well,
maybe not that much. It wouldn't have gotten through fucking PC checking in the first place.
Yes. But my point being is this is my conspiratorial. Is they wanted it out there so they could get the fur, so they could get all the virtue signals yelling and screaming, and then they could get the people who aren't the virtue signalers like, I better grab this before it goes away, because these are going to become collector's editions, and that's how they were bumping up their sales.
I don't know which version I have.
It's like what's her name back in the
Whatever
day.
my husband got me.
It's like what's her name back in the day, fucking ordering a bunch of books that wouldn't be sold because it acted like a loan. From
that was a separate thing. That was a separate thing. But
it's the same kind of mentality of like fake purchasing, right? But they're actually making the customer do it this time.
This wasn't fake purchasing. My point being is that you would sell more copies by making it so people would grab the politically incorrect version, because they knew that.
I mean by like the shady behavior.
Yeah. Well,
but it's almost like back in the day when they had the warning labels, explicit lyrics.
Yes.
And that only just drove the sales through the roof.
Yeah. Right. Because people wanted the explicit original version than the cleaned up version, Yep.
And then you get that version, it'll be like one word, and you're like, that's it?
Yeah.
That's not explicit enough.
Yeah. But it was to sell more copies is my point. It's the whole thing.
It's the hard R instead of the
Yeah, anyway, it doesn't even have to have that. If they said spit instead of shit, that's stuff like that. If you listen to some of the stuff from like Alice in Chains, it's like, oh, they changed that
or
one
Motley
word.
Crue or whatever.
Yeah. And that's why the music industry wanted to be the self-regulator, because they knew that if they did, they would be able to do that.
Well, and as much as we talk about the Satanic Panic sold more copies than D&D, and it wasn't there. And it's the same thing that I felt with the Hadozi. Is I think that was kind of their viral marketing, because let's be honest, if it was a really good product, you don't have to create that, because to pretend that stuff just got through, I'm like, come on.
And you know what's funny is with not just the explicit and the Satanic Panic, both things. Actually, what ended up happening, if you look at music today has more swearing than it's ever.
Oh my gosh!
Right?
Terrible.
And the Satanic Panic turned the game into the most watered down waste of paper gaming literature ever.
Well, it's in code.
The Satanic Panic was manufactured to begin with, but
no, that like we were talking about before you got here, I knew people who were.
Yes, but were they that way before watching the news or after?
Well, way before. Way before.
Well,
mind you, I live in California. We had the first Satanic Church out here. So, that's part of it. But now all the things from the Satanic Panic are now actually like recodified. You know, you can now run a freaking half demon in Dungeons and Dragons. Back then, that would have been enough to freaking cancel the game across the freaking nation. You know what I mean?
Well,
Everything
be
they
fair-
tried to remove actually became all the things they now view as selling points.
Well, but look, that was
Try to
years
get into a 5th edition game without there being a tiefling.
Well, we have also
Right?
well, the problem is there are 40 races, and so what I found out is generally tieflings don't show up because people select the other 39 races.
Nope.
But
Uh,
again,
It's
people,
just so popular, but
yeah. Well, it just depends on what else is out
It's
there.
probably the most popular race to play, to be honest. If
Human
I've
is the most
seen-
popular. Human is the
was
most
back
popular.
in the day. But is it
tieflings
still?
are still massive. Not only are these that popular. I don't know if any of you guys watch Deerstalker. The 3 characters, they're like little short videos. The most popular character in that video series, if you will, is the girl tiefling, to the point they actually made a plushie of her, but none of the other 2 characters, and she's just like super freaking popular.
Well, look. You're saying things are popular, but based off of what they looked at, humans are still the most popular race. Period. And that was 25%. Which, to be fair, even when I was playing, even though I knew that sometimes it didn't work out, we still had plenty of humans being played.
Sure.
I didn't see the tiefling so much, but the problem I have with all of it, which is all of it, is that is all the settings have made it so you're not allowed to say no, which is something that didn't happen in 1st edition or 2nd edition. Go look at 2nd edition Dark Sun. There are races that are specifically not allowed. There are classes specifically not allowed. The same thing happened in Ravenloft, effectively. The same thing happened in Dragonlance. They said, hey, look, you have this big, long set. If you want to play generic D&D, you can. But guess what? In this world, this is what you get. In this world, this is what you get. In this world,
Well,
this
it was
is what
part
you
of the setting. It's part of the
Yeah.
setting flavor, right?
get. Exactly. And the problem that I'm having nowadays, and this happened during 2nd edition, it happened some during 1st, is the players bought the books, and that's why when you start looking at it, they don't have pure D&D books. Like, as much as they
Good
talk
for you,
about,
RPG Exile.
I mean, look at Tasha's, and what did they do? They put in the traps and the puzzles in the back where they put in the same thing with the players. I said, wait a minute. The players are going to know all of this stuff because it's in their book. I said, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's just stupid layout. That's like somebody totally fucking dropped the ball on that.
Well, they didn't drop the ball. They knew that, guess what sells? Player options. Guess what's needed is they need the DM option. Well, let's put them all in the same book. Well, guess what? You've ruined the whole thing. And
No, you got to break it up.
yeah.
Wait,
well,
what was in the back of the book?
The traps and puzzles,
And puzzles.
where the player options were.
Yeah. So
I don't understand.
okay,
So,
Put it on
when you're
spot.
flicking through your player options to see what kind of character you want to build, the traps are there for you to look at as well.
so
What do you mean
I-
the traps?
Well, okay, wait. Let me explain.
How the traps
So the
work
first
in
half of the
D&D.
book, of the book is for the players. The second half is for the DMs. But guess what? The second half includes puzzles. Like how to solve a puzzle and what puzzles to put in for the game. It includes things like riddle
What?
and traps.
It's
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
retarded.
Yeah, where
Well,
like
that's
so
why I
if
said the 4E Dungeon Master guide is better.
Yeah, well,
Than the 5e.
yeah, well, but again, this is the problem with them is when they look at selling the book, they said who buys the books? Well, most of the books being sold are to players. To be fair on it, that's true. But what they've always and what they should have always done is they should have brought a second. They should have brought Dungeon Master's Guide 2 out that just has more stuff to Dungeon Master, with all the optional rules. And then they should have brought out a Player's Handbook 2.
Yes, I need to find the 4E Dungeon Master Guide 2 to go with Dungeon
Well,
Master Guide 1.
it would have been really smart.
It's in it.
It would have been really smart if they had simplified player creation and had like their own print-on-demand service. So, as a player, you could just buy a 30-page book for your character.
They did.
that like was a write-in book.
That was D&D Beyond. They had that. To be
Well,
fair,
like I mean, like if you're a table player, like you know what I mean, like a thick log book for a character that you
Well,
can
well,
put every
I-
time you create a new
Like he means
character,
like
Yeah.
this,
like
Oh,
that,
oh, yeah,
but branded
but branded.
and
yeah.
as cheap,
Yeah,
right?
I got a,
And
I
with-
got a
with,
sticker on here.
specific
Indicates it's
sections.
Arduin stuff, but yes,
Oh,
this is a this is a project book.
but
Yeah.
I mean, I have some of those that they've
And-
come
and-
and I didn't buy, but again, I don't know how well certain things sell. That's the other problem that comes.
But
with
if
it.
it's print on demand, once you
Yeah.
create it,
Yeah.
it's that kind of.
well, and that I agree with you. If it's print on demand, what's the big
And then
deal?
you could put a variation version for each fucking class you create, and none of the DM stuff is in there because it's a glorified character sheet with a notebook attached to it.
Well, you know what? It's
That's a
even
good
better.
idea, Justin.
You all
What-
just have to come to the dark side.
Well, you know what's even better. Than that? Well, you know what? It's
That's inverted.
well, the what's even
Yeah.
better than that is if you have it where they can come in and then they can select all the options for thief, all
Arduin Eternal,
for
right,
fighter
Grandma?
and stuff. But
Right?
but at the end of the day, it's no. I look. I know you guys love Arduin. I'm like okay, but I don't have any nostalgia towards it. So I just like what do I like for the system? So that's all I
Yeah.
and to be fair, I haven't looked at the system because I'm waiting for when George brings out his stuff for 2025.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't. No. I get it. I was just making it come to the
Sure.
dark side. Yeah.
No. Well, all of them. This is what gets me. Is I was listening to someone arguing about. They were talking about Axe, and he says, "Well, Axe didn't grow as much as this," and blah blah. And he was trying to compare all the Kickstarters. I said, "Well, if you look at the number of role players, he's increased the number of people who score his book by about 10 times." I said, "What do you mean he's not doing this?" And the guy was just trying to say, "Well, that's not it." I hate it when they also say, I don't know, Captain Knight does it. This is going to be a D&D heartbreaker. No, it's not. I played.
What the hell do they mean by Heartbreaker?
It's a clone with just a couple of rules changed. That's what
No.
Heartbreaker means.
No. His definition of a heartbreaker is one that.
Well,
will
there's a
overshadow-
proper definition.
Well,
There's a-
no, his version is that it will overshadow whatever current deity. I said, it's
Why
not.
is he using a term that already has a meaning attached to it?
Because that's what they do today. They don't come up with new terms.
Well,
They recycle old terms and give it a new meaning. So we
again,
can't
you're,
stop.
you're trying to say one is versus the other. I'm just saying what his definition of heartbreaker
Yeah.
was. And my problem with it is, I'm buying books because I want the system or I want things that have a different flavor. I don't have any real problems with it, one way or the other. And even for 5th edition, Pugmire, which is based off of 5th edition, is still vastly different than 5th edition rules are. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, okay, it's familiar enough that I can get into it, but it's different enough that it's, I don't feel like I'm playing, the same game. I'm like, okay. Even Palladium with the D20, all that stuff is familiar with players in there. The only thing is they've included skills in the back set. It is.
Oh no, duh.
Oh,
I mean, you just, yeah.
Yeah.
okay, Cal. I'll see you when you get back. Yeah. 2E.
So I mean, there's
More like too easy.
Well,
Yeah, 2E. I hated 2E.
Well,
Everything.
Dewey
I didn't
had
mind-
had points that got complicated in it. Because
I was
reading
joking
them.
just because it's got
Like,
the
um,
phoneme sound.
different speeds, weapons fired at. And,
I like.
it could get heavy in the weeds, man.
Actually, here's the thing. Again,
Oh.
it's not that the 2E bothers me because 2E cleaned up a lot of stuff from 1st edition that need to be cleaned up. The problem that I had with 2E is when they started bringing out all the character kit books, and it just
What I
too
hated
loaded.
about 2E was they took out the coolest stuff to water it down because of the so-called satanic panic. They took out all the titties. They took out all the demonic
Rule-
stuff and renamed it so that you didn't know that you were actually fighting a demon all of a sudden. They took out the assassin, which was in my group, that was one of the most popular character classes to run. They nerfed the druid. They nerfed the ranger.
They all
because
needed to be nerfed. They were so overpowered once you get to high levels. They all need to be nerfed. And I know your complaints about the D10. A 3rd level spell should not be more powerful than a 9th level spell.
No, I was going to say the ranger. They wanted to make every ranger Drist, so every ranger suddenly was ambidextrous, which is retarded. Not every ranger needs that. Not every ranger wanted that, but suddenly every ranger had twin freaking katanas, just like freaking Drist. And I
now,
can
you know
tell you
what?
from experience, a katana is not that much better of a blade than any other weapon out there.
Well, but see, that comes also from 2nd edition. That comes from 1st edition. 1st edition had all sorts of problems from the Oriental Adventures, and that was
No, it was because suddenly you can now wield 2 of them equally because you're range, just like Drist.
Well, you know what?
What?
I came up from 2nd edition. We didn't really use Drits, to be fair, but we like the ambidextrous. Oh, okay, that's what separates you from the fighter. That separate because generally it was like, oh,
The ranger already had plenty to separate him from the fighter.
We didn't have any problems with it, to be fair. We didn't have any
The
problems with that.
the cool things that the ranger could do, like the casting of magic user and druid spells at upper levels, to be able to use certain magic items like the crystal ball to be like Aragorn the ranger with a palantir, and other little things like that were all taken away. And those were some of the key reasons I wanted to always play a ranger. It wasn't overpowering to be able to cast a couple of 1st, 2nd, and maybe a 3rd level druid spell.
No. I was thinking about the 1 point of damage per attack, against large mammal.
That was always there in 1st edition.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. Really, this is why I like BX so much better. You want to be a ranger, you play a fighter. You want to be a ranger, because guess what? You want to play a druid, guess what? Then you become a cleric. You want to do that?
Were they schismatars? Yeah, see, I never read any of those
RPG
books.
Exile, that's funny, man.
What did it say?
Twinkle and Icing Death.
That's funny.
Weren't
no,
those the actual names, or am I missing something?
I don't know. I never read the books, but here's
I-
what about the whole
They
thing.
sound familiar.
Just like during
Well,
first edition, we
it's
all played.
Icewing and not icing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't think it's twinkle. It's like shimmer or something like that.
And Dritz sounds like drizzle,
I
Gotcha. Yeah,
I mean, but when I looked at 2nd edition and cleaned up a lot of the stuff in there, and I was like, okay, it's fine. But the problem was that some of the ideas were cool, but they just didn't work as well as I liked them to, because like one of them, I liked the idea that they had the necromancer and the transmogrifier and the
the what they did for the magic user with the specialist schools, it wasn't even all that much. That was awesome. What they did for the thief, admittedly, that was awesome, allowing you to pick. You got, instead of every thief had the exact same abilities at the exact same levels. Screw that. You pick. You get 20% to put on your abilities, and you can put 5% here.
But
3%
one of the
there.
thieves should have been able to be an assassin.
Well, later on, that's when the thief gets.
But they wanted to take that evil connotation out, and let's face it, every group at one time or another played an evil party. Well, you couldn't do that as well in 2nd edition. It was harder, okay, and more frowned upon for a while, and then. But see, for me, I really look at 2E as the beginning of the sort of wokeism shoved into the game. That was where it started, and from there it just snowballed.
I'm going to mention this much, and you have to look at it. If you look at where they were trying to sell Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, those were college students, to be fair on that. And
I would say middle school to high school.
They were selling to adults.
They were selling to adults. And if you actually look at the sales, BX vastly outsold AD&D 1st and 2nd edition.
Sure, but that had a lot to do with marketing and trying to get away from Gygax.
No. BX. This is during Gygax's era too.
But it's still part of let's screw over Gygax, take over his
No, this wasn't. Look at when BX came out. When did BX come out? 81, 82. That was still when Gygax was part of that.
But it's still, to me, it still feels like it was part of the strategy, a long-term strategy.
Artisan Gygax split.
Well,
Oh,
BX
that's
was intended to be well, BX was intended to aim at the middle school level, middle school to high
right. That's what
school.
I remember it targeting.
And AD&D was aimed at colleges, which is why you see the difference in art between the two, even though they're in the exact same era. If they what BX was almost in the exact same. Now, of course, when we're
Most
talking,
people had a mix of everything.
yeah, well,
Right.
because we used all the modules in there because it was close enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, when you start and talk about this, is AD&D was for the mature audience, to be fair,
Absolutely.
and BX was intended to be for your high school and younger. And
That's exactly what I was saying.
yeah, but 2E was kind of intended to bring them back together and that kind of thing. And I will say,
I can see that, I suppose.
I did see,
I can see that.
but I did see the other part to this as well, which was when I was going through, when I was going through high school, several game shop owners refused to sell D&D because of the bad connotations, which is where I bought Palladium and a few other books out there, just because they didn't have the name associated with it. So they were trying to move away from that, just from, hey, which you can do now is, hey, this was intended to be sold to,
Mature
it's
audience.
meant to be sold to like Kmart, Sears, and stuff, which is funny because guess where I bought my Fiend Folio from? Sears mail order catalog.
Gemco.
Sears
No, wait.
mail order
No,
catalog.
I didn't get it from Gemco. I actually got that from the game shop. I actually, that and the Monster Manual 2, I was the lucky guy who got to open the box that came from the factory or whatever, the distributor, to pull out, and I got the first Fiend Folio and Monster Manual 2 right out of the box.
Well,
Yeah,
so I was
Sweet.
in Germany. Certain things I could only order online. Well, I say it was mail order, and we would mail order stuff, and I would have to get it shipped through APO. So it would take like 6 weeks for us to get, when we ordered something. But it was, but that's what I'm trying to say is when you start.
It's actually pretty quick for international shipment.
Yeah, I think it took 4 weeks to get over, and it took 2 weeks for our letter to get there. So it to get there, and then it take 4 weeks to ship back. But yeah, I mean, when you start looking at some of the stuff, I'm not disagreeing, but see, that was when Gygax had left and Lorraine Williams was doing stuff. And to be fair, it did need an overhaul for some of the things, but then it got way too bloated. Because even first edition, I know that you're throwing everything into your game. Let's be honest. To me, the game just runs better if you just use the 3 core books. And if you want
Always
if you want to do the Fiend Folio and the Monster Manual, then that's
I was going to say the monster books had no effect whatsoever.
Right.
Adding the Oriental Adventures, Unearthed Arcana, Deities and Demigods, same thing. It's just a monster book. The Wilderness Dungeoneers Manual of the Plains were not needed, but they didn't hurt. And,
well, I think that they did. They overcomplicated a lot of the stuff in there.
what the proficiencies or just how to deal with the harsh environments?
Well, to be fair, those were really intended for the DM, which is fine. But the proficiencies, honestly, I think the game runs better without using proficiencies at all.
Yeah, the system is a little. It needed some tweaking to it, but
well, because we've done the BX version of it basically, which doesn't have any proficiencies, and we find that it works actually a lot better for being smooth and getting stuff done. Again, playing with the EL Geek on this, that's why I said is coming back to it again. I played AD&D. I played first edition, second edition. By the time third edition came out, I didn't care anymore. And I looked at fourth edition, said this is just a war. This is a war game. It's a tactical. It's a
fourth edition.
Fourth edition to me was a technical game. And then by the time fifth edition was, I played it, and the problem I had with it is not really the game so much, it's the players, because the players abused it to no end, and you need a strong DM to stop that. And that was the problem I had.
I've never read a fourth edition book, so I have no idea. I've heard all the different things about it.
It's tactical. It's very tactical.
It works. You know what? It works great if you want to actually use miniatures, which is what I felt that they were trying to do. Is they were trying to push D&D into
That makes sense.
miniatures.
But
and
it's not that.
Yeah.
it's not like if you pick it up and start reading, because I started reading the 4E's Dungeon Master Guide. That's why I said I went and pulled the 5E, because I said this guide seems better than 5E's, and then I started comparing like the sections that were the same but different, and I have to say, I really like the way they wrote 4E. They really wrote it for a new Dungeon Master.
It was.
They,
Well, there you go.
not
Yeah.
an experienced one.
The fourth
You
edition
don't know
starter
what you're
set.
doing,
I found it in my
and
closet
it's
the other day.
okay, you know.
Really?
And so I thought it was a better, and it presented some information better in
Well,
that the
here's
parts
the
of it I
problem.
read.
I think
But
5E
it's definitely more tactical. There's more math in
Yeah.
4E compared to 5E. The formulas are bigger. That I've noticed.
And
but
it's
if you
untouched.
play both,
Okay.
they're not that different.
That's cool.
Untouched.
Well, no. I mean, but it's intended to be used with the map. It's intended to be used with miniatures for 4E. It's intended to do
Yeah,
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think it gets unnecessary hate too.
And then it works great as a tactical game. The problem I had with it is when I was looking through 4E, is they didn't seem to have rules for role playing. They had rules for like all the combat, but not for the non-combat aspect when I was reading through it.
This box set is the most expensive set of dice I've ever bought.
That's okay.
Because it's the only thing I ever used.
What box set do you have there?
Yeah. It's a great skirmish game, but that's the problem. But actually, the 5E Dungeon
It's,
Master Guide is great.
Fourth
Oh,
edition.
I
But
think
the
I
problem
have
is
that, or at least parts of that, in my cupboard somewhere.
But the problem is
Yeah.
no one
Not in the
reads.
box.
No one reads the 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide. It's the
Yeah.
problem that you have with it. It's because the way it's laid out too is the problem.
Well, yeah, it's laid out weird. I just
La-
felt
layout
4E was
is-
better laid out. Something
Layout
better
is
looked
more
at.
important than your rules. Art is the most important thing to sell your game. Consistent and beautiful art.
Sure.
Layout is more important than the quality of your rules because people have
Yeah.
to fucking find them in the first place. And fucking actually roleplay the game. Don't just war game.
Yeah, well, that was the but that's again is why some of these things.
Yeah.
in a way-
Omenau.
Yeah.
Omenau. It's role playing, not stack collection.
Well, I mean, come on, it's been a problem with D&D since early on.
Uh.
Because I remember saying to somebody, when I was a kid, and I remember saying,
Mhm.
it's role playing, not role. You know, I said something similar. You know, but what I was getting at was I had reversed what I meant, because I realized people were just rolling dice a lot. And so,
Well, I mean, to be fair on this is,
and I like rolling dice.
I don't.
Yeah. Well,
Again,
something wrong with
it
it.
depends on what the group is, and that's fine on how much you want to skew one way or the other. I don't fault people for doing it. It's, there's only
That's
one way
fine.
to play. And at the end of the day, it's like, look, you're playing a game. Do you both agree that you're having fun? If you're having fun, then who the hell cares? That's all
Well,
I look.
I'll tell you this, and I think a lot of the problem is, and Shadow's doing this in his game, is don't give out XP at the end of every session. Give it out at the end of every story arc. You know, like
Well, it was supposed to be.
right, like so, like we're playing the pirate game Shadow's running, and like he gives it out after every session, and not after we're done our current adventure, like our little micro quest.
Well, what was supposed to happen for D&D, for this, what was supposed to happen is you were supposed to get your experience when you went back to the base.
Town or whatever,
Yeah.
right? Like, and our town is a floating ship. But
Yeah, I find that if I do that, I don't give out the right amount.
You
I
write
either
it down.
I give out too little or too less, and I figure when I'm
Too
right
much.
there at the moment, like right after the game, and I do the calculations and everything, it's more accurate, and I'm trying to
Okay, but
keep
this
track of it a different way.
well, no, but again,
I also think
you're
it depends on when when you were gaming D&D, when you decided to start awarding experience, so like if you started with the older versions of D&D, you tended to not go necessarily back to the town. I know it's what everybody says, everybody did, but I have like one of the on PDF. I have one of the first dungeons ever put out for people to go in, and if you go back to the town, you will have failed the mission. The players must stay in the dungeon the whole time.
So,
Mhm.
yeah. But if I look
Yes.
at but I look at like when you start reading the Advanced Dungeon Master's Guide and how he was doing it, and it was 1 day per thing, and it says specifically, and it was I think they even said it in some of the older modules. And again, we have to look at how Gygax played it versus how we play it, which is
Yeah.
Gygax played 6 to 7 nights every week,
Yeah.
and not only that, he had a staple of about 50 players. And so whoever showed up that night, the idea was they would go back to home, because that way next night there would be a different adventure group. And it would, that's what happened through the whole
But they
thing.
also played more than 5 hours a session, and they had I want to say it was more railroady,
a
because
lot more
the
railroading.
DM knew that this was going to happen and they were going to do this. With the game I'm running, I have no idea what you guys are going to do.
Well, I'm going to
I
mention this.
literally, I mean, there's some obvious places where I know you're going to do this or that, but at any moment you guys and have done, like, okay, we're going back to camp or town or the ship or whatever, and that's on you guys.
Yeah, and you got to look at it not as going back to town as the end of the adventure. When I say going back to town, I
Right.
mean like, okay, we've done this sequence of events. We're moved on to another safe place. Not we've gone back to town to buy some candles and come right back. That does not count.
Yeah, but I'm going to bring this up. Is the idea was that you didn't go in the dungeon continuously. You kept going back and back and back.
And those back and forths do not count.
Well, no. But the old
one
one, they used to do it because, again, you're used to the stories version, but the idea was is that they would go down to deeper levels, and so and that's also part of the reason. That's also part of the reason when you look at like lock picking, when it says you're only allowed to do it once per level.
Yeah, if you fail to open the lock, you can't open it until you go up a level.
And why did they do that? The idea was
that's retarded.
No,
retarded.
No, because you're trying to think it you're not thinking it's a game version. The game version
exactly.
is that closed off certain sections. No. I mean, again, this is a game. It closed off certain sections of the dungeon, and so it always encouraged people either bring in new thieves, or that it was. And a lot of times, those areas that were blocked off, those. Guess what? You were going to open it up at some point, or some group was going to open it up at some point when they got the thief in. And it wasn't as huge of a deal, because the other part was, guess what happens when your character would go up a level? You'd take 1 to 4 weeks before you were even allowed to play that character again. And so, so if you played 2 or 3 times a week, you had 2 or 3 characters in a roster, and you'd rotate.
Yeah. I remember people having a lot of characters.
Yeah.
My husband is a DM. He was talking about that. He remembers having a bunch of characters, because it would depend which game's being played, whose house you're at, all that stuff.
Right, and you might very well take a character that's, in another campaign over to a completely different Dungeon Master's table, and then a couple of days later leave that table to go back to where you came from.
Exactly. Well, and again, with Gygax, the problem is that we're looking at it as we played, but with Gygax, they were all in the same group, and so everyone knew what was going on from that time period.
If Shadow would allow me to do that, I'll go find my character sheet for Lurg. You guys are gonna find an orc.
Well, and I also have a dungeon that has a town inside it.
That might happen
with services.
I might have to rewrite that from memory, but
Now, grant you, the town's a bit shady, and you might get stabbed in the middle of the night at the place you're trying to stay at. But it has a library, you can do research, and it has shops you can buy stuff in.
You know, and you know, we're all trying to say that everything was perfect, but I mean, the idea was just like if you look at the old Dungeon Master Guide, what does it say? Monster levels were how deep in the dungeon it was. It wasn't the level of the monster for whatever the versus the player characters. It was how deep in the dungeon you were down.
I
the dungeon
actually
was supposed to be alive, trying to kill everybody.
Yeah, I actually kind of dislike both of those methods. I prefer to have the level of the monster be the monster's level, and if you encounter it, you encounter it. You don't encounter it.
Yeah,
you don't.
yes. But we're talking about how the original.
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I understand that. I understand that the level is supposed to be like a level in a video game.
I think we have a
kind
spammer
of mentality.
in the chat. If we have anybody who moderates,
I have to stop.
Yeah, dude. I
Yeah.
don't know who you are, but
yeah, it's two now.
Yeah, like what the fuck, man?
No one cares. Bye.
regardless of how I feel or don't feel about your message, there's better places to do that. This is not that place. I don't care what your message is. If you just come in here and start spamming, at least you could do is like pay attention to what's going on. We're pro AIDS here.
I just lost.
Like Jared, right, guys?
Yeah. I just lost the chat altogether.
Well, at the end of the day, it's kind of. But no, I mean, those are the things that I look at whenever you're doing these games. Is this is where I think BX did a better job because it understood that the players were not playing Gygax's version of the game. They were playing with.
But Gygax is God.
I think that's why you ended up with a hybrid of stuff going on because people had to modify based on their needs. I mean, if you only have an hour at lunch to play D&D, you're going to have to hit the pause button. I mean, that's just the reality. Nobody's going back to base camp or they're not even being a safe place. They're in the hallway and there's a door ahead and trolls behind them or something.
Yeah, I have problems with people who insist on that other mentality. The game ends and time stops right where the game ends.
Sometimes.
It just depends.
Well, yeah,
if you get to that point where everybody's going to go do this other stuff,
like you're in a town or something.
In our game, if we're all back on the ship, right, it's reasonable for there to be like 3 weeks have gone by.
Right.
Yes.
But
absolutely,
we haven't gone back to the ship all at once, and I don't know.
Yeah, I've done that. I've been in the fast forward, where So,
but if you guys are, if you guys are listening at a door, and everybody's like, oh crap, it's 11 o'clock, gotta go.
Yeah.
Then we pause the game and we will meet right back, even if we were mid swing in combat. I can do that. You know what I mean?
And it can kind of be kind of fun to start the next gaming session in last week's episode.
Well, no, but
I do that on Discord. I do.
Here's the thing, though: is it's not that we don't mind stopping at certain points. The problem is that this is my complaint. I don't want the adventure just keep going and going and going for the entire time. I want to say, okay, guess what?
And it does feel
you have a few weeks until the next one starts up instead of being.
And we'll get to points like that, but where you guys are, it just seems like
awesome,
if we had like a couple of 8-hour sessions, instead of the 3 and 4, we probably would have gotten to those kind of points. But with the tension that's building with trying to rescue the captain, it just seems like the right thing to do is to, keep going until.
Yeah, if we'd done what Shadow wanted us to do, we would have been done already because he wanted us to just bolt and leave the guy to die.
Well, he would have made a great NPC villain.
Yeah, he was your planned NPC villain. So fuck you. We're ruining that right now.
It's literally, I literally had no such ideas until you brought that up, Justin.
Lies.
You take the thought vet The cat knows, and from that moment on, it hates you, runs away, tries to claw you.
Well, no. Here's my complaint. We've
Plays
had
the same.
over the last 2 months, we have and over what 6 game sessions or 6 game sessions, we
Yeah.
have literally done 3 days. That's the
Yeah.
problem that I have with it is like, look, there needs to be a lot more spacing in between stuff in there.
Rescue the captain, and you guys will be at that point. But I can't run you through that part, without it seeming like I'm handing it to you, because you guys literally are in way over your heads, and you guys know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if I just hand it to you, that will ruin everything. You know what I mean?
So
Oh,
they're,
you
they're
find the
lower
captain in the
decking
next
it then.
room.
One at a time.
Okay, gotcha.
You know what I mean?
We didn't say hand it to us. What we're saying is allow us time to breathe in between it before we go rescue it. It's
No,
a
I want
perfect
you
example.
exhausted.
No. I mean, here's a perfect example. It's like the time difference between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
I totally get that, and that was one of the reasons why you
But we're
guys.
still in the middle of Empire.
No. My point being is in this case is Han Solo has been captured, and we immediately follow the day after he's been captured. Rather than say, guess what? We have to prepare to go fight Jabba the Hutt and do everything else. That's what I'm referring to.
Well, for you, Omen, you did kind of the right thing. You've got 2 characters. One is training, and the other one is now getting some action. That's awesome.
Sure.
Dustin's
And
only
that's
got-
what everyone else was supposed to be doing. And,
Right.
and look, my character is getting some action. Wink, wink. The other one
With cake. That's what he's doing.
He's getting some cake action.
He's
You
doing
got-
a
Pound
American
cake.
pie with cake. That's
You
what-
haven't noticed my character only asks for cake when he's stressed out.
Oh. Well, then
The
your
rest of the
character's
time
probably
he's hanging
stressed
out with the beautiful Orion, right?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think there's cake in the fridge downstairs. I'm feeling kind of stressed. I'm gonna reload the page though, because the thing on the side is broken. I'll be right back.
Okay. And hey, Mike. Let me
Back here.
talk to our GM. If you're up for an every other Saturday thing, maybe you and your wife, because you guys are Californians. Even if you're not native Californians, it's California
It's all
Gonzo
strapped here.
Grognard game. If you're into it, let me know. I'll talk to our guy. And
You
see
know
if-
what though? Is those roll aids? I remember having a couple of those modules.
I
I,
have
thought they
some.
were pretty good.
Mhm.
I thought.
I think I've got
liked it.
one still
I got some-
after all the years, but God, guys,
Well, the one I had the one that dealt with druids and stuff, and it went through like the actual history of stuff, and I was like, I like look. I like learning about actual history, and then saying, okay, and now we're going to convert this to fantasy.
you know what? I think the one I've got is on liches, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that
I've got the undead one. I've
They-
got the ice elf one.
There
That-
were
that-
so
and he's
has
back.
yeah,
That was quick,
There's
dude.
some fun ones. I've got
I've been back
there's
for a
There's some
while.
more I've got to collect.
Sorry,
I
I-
just kind of just started like. Which
I
one
forgot
should
to
I
look
have?
over at the number of people in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still getting used to this. It's weird, and
Yeah.
I could
Ice
not
elves
find a way
has
to
some
get the
problems,
music thing
like
There
missing
isn't even a
cats and
place to-
monsters.
to like upload or download our theme song. But I think I know.
I told you
workaround.
to send it to me, and I'll put an image on it. And that one thing where you're playing, where it had the box over the side, and you're here.
Mhm.
Yeah, you played there. Show your freaking logo at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
send me
was thinking-
the
I have no
image
technical
file
skill.
for your logo as well.
I wish I could get Jackie to do some editing and things, because I would love to make the intro, start, like a over the years kind of montage.
Okay, so
You know what I mean? From
program Clipchamp, right?
Let me write that
Clipchamp.
down. Let me get my book.
I'll send you a link to it after on Discord.
Because you know what I mean, especially with Jackie.
You can do
starting
it
out at-
yourself, man. It's easy. You just drag
No,
the
no,
video
that's not what I
file
was saying.
down. And you
I was
cut
saying,
it and,
like I don't know if you've ever watched our very first episode, how cute
Yeah.
Jackie was, how
He was
he's
never a
grown
cute
up.
kid.
Yeah.
He's never a cute kid.
No.
from
I
from
remember stumbling across this channel during COVID.
right. I mean, how much he's grown in 4 years, or almost 4 years, a couple months less than 4 years. But he's grown up so much, and do a little
9
thing.
feet, man.
I know.
He's joking about, but see, 4 years ago, my son was what, 4'9"?
Yeah,
You
they
know,
grow
and
up, man.
Mhm.
He's 5'10" now.
My niece
You
and nephew are like 16 now.
Yeah, he just the other day he had this PT thing, for the end of the year, and he told me he did like 192 sit-ups and like over 100 push-ups. I'm like, with those spindly little arms, you're kidding me, right? And then I look at him like, oh shit, he's he's
Stop.
gonna be a toughie, when he gets older. I can't even do 2 sit-ups, so I sit up and I'm done for the day. I sat up. I'm
Shadows,
out.
because I did
What more
yoga.
do
I
you
did my
want?
yoga.
I'm almost
Hey,
6,000
hey,
years
I'm in
old.
a chair,
I'm-
damn
I'm-
you.
I'm happy to do my 2 pull-ups.
Yeah, but you're overall in pretty good shape.
Yeah,
I don't
gotta get
feel
one of
that
those
way.
pull-ups.
I need to really improve on my health. But yeah,
Yeah, I've
not as
actually
bad as
been
a lot
doing
of us.
some health related things.
Omanar?
Omanar.
Omanar? Omanar! Arr.
You know
I'm
what?
writing that one down too. Where's my book?
His next
Oh, no.
pirate character.
You know what? If we have to, I don't care. We'll do a pirate game, and everyone has R at the end of their name.
Where's my damn pen?
Arr.
Where's my damn pen? I know it's funny. Hold on.
Um, I gotta get one of those pull-up bar things. He's doing it right now. See the shadow?
Yep.
Yeah, no,
There he
I
is. I see
it's
him
funny
going.
too because everybody calls it a pirate game, and there's been no pirating, whatsoever.
Oh, I
we-
think
we-
I
we-
think we're I think
You
the
guys are letting down the pirate team there. You guys
Well,
We
it
are
was never,
definitely-
it was never
no. It's because
We are
billed as a
good
pirate
character.
game.
we are
playing
definitely
good
tomb
character.
robbing right now.
Yes, you are.
Well,
okay,
no, I mean,
Tomb
if you
Robbing?
really wanted
that's
to,
good.
I mean, look, there's a special thing that you need for pirates, and really you need neutral or evil characters to be pirates, and that's what it comes down to. So,
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
does he know that? Okay,
You know, you
Yeah.
need a robot parrot that sits on your shoulder. That's what you need for a pirate.
no, that's the space game. If we're gonna ever do a space game, that's what we're gonna do. Actually, I was kind of tempted, just for Shadow. Said, you know what? We'll do if we can do a Adventure Conqueror King. We'll just do but we'll do the Barbarian Conquerors of Cantaloo or whatever. This version, which is but this has more of the like you can play a Terran spaceman.
Mhm.
So it's like, oh, okay,
Hey, I resemble one of those.
yeah. It
Yeah,
has,
go Viking in space, man.
well, this one is more
Terran and the
the
spaceman.
this is more if you want to play the warlord. You crash onto a a savage planet, and they give it for different years. So it's like, oh,
Awesome.
this is Buck Rogers. This would be your John Carter of Mars kind of character. And,
I'm guessing Brown Eye Licker is someone that needs to be removed from the chat.
Maybe he just said hello. He hasn't done anything bad yet.
I don't know.
But he's using what's his name's photo.
Oh, whose photo
Uh,
is he using?
Oh fuck.
Not
What I
the-
What-
missed?
Is
In
that
chat, the guy at the top there.
I don't know.
Brown Eye
what's his-
Liquor?
Yeah, that photo is what's his name from
Joe. Yeah, I know.
Yes, Joe. Yeah. I'm gonna kick that guy.
Hold on a second. Joe, if that's you, say something that only Joe would say.
yeah, there we go.
Otherwise,
No, Joe. Are
We'll
you
see you later.
Joe?
as in never.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But this one has like the plasma pistol, and then it has like the shields and stuff, and then of course you're trying to find certain things. But I thought that was kind of cool looking at some of the.
I'm not sure what you mean. It's the same picture. Like,
Shadow of years. It's the same picture.
Well, I just hit his comment on YouTube, and I like,
I like
burgers.
burgers.
Yeah,
You'll have
that's
to-
not what Joe would say. I mean, it might be, but that's
That's
if you're
something-
Come
Joe,
on,
you
you
know
got
what
to
I'm
do better
talking
than
about.
that.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh.
age. Oh, yeah. Shadow's eternal.
Yeah,
One of the immortals.
You don't realize Shadow's actually 4 years old, and he's just always.
You
looked
know
like
me from
this
Keith's
without-
channel. I changed my name.
Okay.
okay. Well,
Keith.
I don't know.
that's
You
possible.
know what? You know what? Here's the thing. At the end of the day, if you don't do anything, who cares? Why kick
Yep.
someone if they're not doing anything?
If you want to have a nasty ass name, that's your business.
Yeah.
Brown
Like
eyes.
this Mike Dimart guy. What kind
It's
of
the
name is that?
butthole.
but I mean, you know, if you're going to go through it, it's like, okay, we're only going to kick people who are not, you know, who are not trying to be honest about stuff. But at the end of the day, who cares? You know, unless they're
Yeah.
spamming, it's like, okay,
Yeah,
you
well,
can just
yeah,
hang out and do
the
nothing.
Africa thing. That was.
And if
good.
it is
Yeah.
you, Joe, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Yep.
I doubt it's Joe.
But
If he's not,
Mm.
yeah. Anyway,
being
Maybe I'm
obnoxious
being a little
foul or-
oversensitive.
yeah. I think they're
gay
being
or
oversensitive until they do something.
retarded.
They kick them. It's like, you know, why kick
Yeah.
someone out until they do something?
Yeah.
The Felix thing really got me. Okay.
I
Yeah,
know.
he's on edge, man. He's up late at night, sweating. And,
That's because he's having cake sweats. It's not because of feeling.
it's not
I
cake.
haven't had a
sweats.
cake
Okay.
since I bought those 4 at the beginning of the month.
For
Hey man,
really?
I'm feeling.
You're eating
feeling
one
the
a
need for
week?
cake,
Good
yeah.
God.
No, I was eating one a day.
I want some cheesecake.
They were small.
Yeah, I can't do cheesecake anymore, Grandma.
So no whiskey pie for you then either, huh?
I don't drink alcohol either, so
So, well, whiskey
Uh-uh.
pie is basically
I don't
just
know, man.
cheesecake with whiskey in it in a pie
You know what?
format.
Cheesecake, I think, is the most overrated cake out there. I mean,
I like cheesecake.
it
You don't have to
depends.
understand.
yeah, I've had some good ones.
Yeah.
It's just me and dairy is just
Weird.
Yeah.
If I couldn't do dairy anymore, like if something came to me and said I couldn't have cheesecake or cheese or milk, maybe milk, I'd probably buy some rope.
I mean, just being honest.
yeah.
about that,
I
is
could never
I
give up
don't like the
cheese.
taste of cheesecake, and I've had the other types of cheesecake. You know, where they flavor them and they do like pumpkin and all
I
that.
don't like that. I don't. No.
No.
It's got to be just pure.
No,
See,
no.
I hate pure cheesecake. Pure
I-
cheesecake to me is horrible.
I
I
do
don't
like me some
mind
carrot cake.
your cheesecake, but I like it with a
Carrot
thin layer
cake with cream cheese icing. That's good.
of cherry. The cherry with the.
You know, I don't like cream cheese icing either. Give me like real icing, not cream cheese. Every time I'm like, oh, it's cream cheese icing. Like, ugh. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
Black bottom
traditional for,
cupcakes with the cream
carrot cake.
cheese on the inside
Yeah.
and all that chocolate.
I
and
don't
stuff.
like cream cheese, and I don't like generally
He doesn't
chocolate
like
cupcake.
cheese.
No, I love
Ugh.
cheese. I don't like cheese mixed in with my sweets.
Oh, he wants savory cheeses only.
Yeah,
Really
yeah,
good.
I'm kind of like that too. With when you get that pack of like Danish, and they hide the cream cheese one in between the apple and the cherry. You're like, oh, okay, cool. It's just apple and cherry, and then you get home and there's that one cream cheese pastry, and nobody wants it.
Pineapple upside down cake.
Well. So
You never had
this is what
pineapple
gets me
on
is we're all
Yeah.
talking about cheese, and I go, I usually eat somewhere between 8 to 16 ounces of cheese a day in certain at times.
Wow.
So I'm like, it's not that I don't
That's
like.
all
all
I
right,
cheese.
all right. Okay,
There are whole
so
days I don't go.
flashback,
I don't eat cheese.
Fondue.
That's evil, man.
You know
I
what?
know.
Fondue?
The
Fondue's
problem I
good,
have with
man.
fondue is a lot of times it is
Red velvet
it's the
cake.
stuff to get the cake. It is to get it on there. I would kind of go like, why? Just give me regular cheese I can put on and put in the microwave. And let
Red
it
velvet's
melt over
Jackie's
something.
favorite.
Yeah.
German
I bought
chocolate.
2 of those.
Is it German
Isn't red
chocolate?
velvet actually a chocolate though?
No,
No,
I heard
it's
it was
not.
actually a chocolate.
No,
no.
it's a red
Okay.
cake. It's not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a chocolate cake. It's but
How about tiramisu?
Tiramisu, I've never had it.
I
can
think
barely
I've
pronounce
had it.
it.
I think it's just
there
okay.
is chocolate in red velvet though.
It's not
just
usually
to be
icing?
clear there.
Is it
Yeah.
like chocolate
No, I thought
icing?
the icing was always white.
Oh, well, I've seen both.
No,
I've
I
seen-
don't know. I have to go look. Okay,
I,
let's
I've
look
seen
this
both.
up.
To be
I
fair,
remember reading the
We have the
recipe or
technology.
the ingredients on a recipe for it, and there was chocolate in the cake.
You know what?
There's
It might
chocolate
be.
in the cake.
As
but
a
it's-
child-
it's red.
as a child,
It's red.
when I was young, I used to eat only the icing, and then I'd mash up the cake because I didn't want the cake. And then I got older, and then I would eat only the cake, and so my friend one time was like, "You didn't eat anything because all I saw was the icing husk around it." And I spun the cake around; it was completely empty on the inside, and so
Okay,
Yeah.
see, I knew there was chocolate in it.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
chocolate in it. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah,
And vanilla and buttermilk. It's
yeah.
probably that buttermilk that makes it so good.
Well,
You're making me
the,
hungry.
the other one I was thinking of is for desserts is
I think there's cake downstairs.
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
steal it.
I'm trying to avoid all sugar right now.
well, that's good for you. I'm trying to avoid most bread, so I'm
That-
not
that-
quite-
I don't even know what I'm
Same
going to
thing,
get to
that's
eat
impossible.
tomorrow for lunch because I'm going to be working 8 hours straight. Is what I figured out when I did the math.
Yeah, I don't know how
Oh,
I could actually give up
great.
bread entirely.
No, I just cut back on bread. The problem is that if I have bread, I'll eat an entire loaf in a day. That's the problem.
I like naan bread. Oh, when it's fresh out of the oven, flatbread.
Oh no! I did that as a child. I would do
So
that
good.
too, and I would eat the whole loaf.
The whole.
cornbread, fresh baked cornbread, guys. Come on.
I don't really like cornbread. Cornbread.
Neither do
It's
I.
sweet. It's sweet. That's why you don't like it. I bet you.
No,
yeah,
it's
a little
not
bit-
that it's sweet. I find it grainy.
Yeah, well, it's both. It's both of it. As I don't like that. Just like whenever I go to Texas Roadhouse, it has the cinnamon butter, which I'm okay with. And that's a little sweet. But I've had different types of cornbread, and at the end of the day, what I like better, which they have at a place in Fort Worth, is where they have the biscuits with pecans in them, and that's really good.
Pecan biscuits.
Yeah, but they're a slightly different type of biscuit. But boy, if I can get just a really good flaky biscuit, that's just it's hard to get a really good biscuit. Man, when there's a really good biscuit,
Oh,
they're
really
awesome.
good biscuits. Yeah.
I
yeah,
can't
most-
even remember the last time I had a good one of those.
Oh,
I
good
mean,
biscuits.
You don't count KFC as good.
And then you
Oh.
no. And you put they have to be those big fluffy ones. Yeah, and you put the country gravy on top.
Yeah, well, I've had that.
I've never had country gravy that didn't taste like bacon grease.
And the problem I've had with
Then
most
you have a
gravy
problem with that?
is I like.
Kind
Well, a
of.
lot of times what I'll do is I'll take
Bacon
the
grease is
gravy
usually what I
with
give my
mashed
dog.
potatoes, and then you get the especially if you can get a good biscuit and then you put some chicken inside of it, and you eat that on there, and like, oh man, a good
So
chicken.
I shouldn't tell you what they served us for lunch today. Probably
No,
to make up for tomorrow.
Shit on
At work.
toast, shit on a shingle.
No, we had chicken fried steak with country gravy, mashed potatoes, stuffing, collard greens, and corn nibbles. That was our lunch.
Well, let's see. I didn't have lunch today.
Grant you, we did have to pay for that one.
Sure. Well, a lot of
But
times whenever we have
it was
our
really good.
meeting, is we'll go to a place and I'll get chicken strips, or I'll get chicken strips with mashed potatoes with brown gravy. Because I like the brown gravy better than the white gravy.
Oh, okay. French fries. Have you ever had the French fries with the brown gravy on them?
I mean, like
It's fucking
poutine.
Canadian. They've invented it.
Actually, I've had it with that, and I prefer.
Good.
But you know what is? I like because I don't like having unless it's spicy ketchup like from Whataburger. I do like the I usually try getting the tangy barbecue sauce rather than and using that and dipping the French fries in there.
Okay. Have you had curry fries?
No, but those sound awesome.
They are awesome. Have you had? Because you got to pick a curry sauce you like, but you put the curry sauce over the French fries.
I've never
Oh,
had
no,
a
no,
curry
I've
sauce,
seen
period,
some-
so I have no idea. What the fuck is curry?
It's a
just
spice.
sauce.
Spicy Indian
It's-
food, man.
Yeah, it's an Indian sauce, depending on
And
what's
there's different kinds of curry. There's yellow, there's green, and there's red. I prefer the red myself.
Yeah, but what
Well-
spice is it, or is it just called curry?
Depends
It's
on the type of
it's-
spices they want to put in it. Have you ever
We
had
did-
chicken tikka masala?
Mm.
Oh man, you're missing
we got
out for
we
that.
got to rest
Yeah.
the shadow from his culinary.
I mean,
Okay.
chicken tikka masala is one of my favorite things.
Oh, that's good stuff.
We used to have a burrito place that was like a burrito Indian fusion place at the mall, and you could get the butter chicken burrito.
You know what it says? If it's a burrito, give me the queso inside of it any day of the week.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
they had that, right? They had all the traditional stuff, but you had like these few like Indian things that you
this
could
is
put
why
in
when
there instead.
The fusions.
well
Yeah.
people would talk about Chipotle, and Chipotle is just a cheap version of Qdoba. Qdoba was far superior in my opinion.
Yeah, and most of it nowadays is.
There's nothing more supreme than Taco Bell.
Oh, be quiet.
Have you ever eaten at Del Taco?
I've
I
eaten
think
at a
I've
bunch
had
of these
Del Taco.
places. That's not the joke.
Just
Shut
check.
I
up.
don't like Del
You know
Taco.
what?
It's a demolition man joke. The only restaurant that survives the end of the
It's Taco Bell. Yeah,
franchise
yeah.
war.
Well, let's see. There was
Restaurant wars.
I've had fuzzy tacos, I
Burger
think
Wars,
Del
yeah.
Taco.
All of
What's there's another one out there. I forgot what it's called, which I really enjoy. I'll have to go find. I'll tell you in a minute what the.
the secret
they
of
made
Taco Bell is
these French fries that the place was called the Oasis, and it was a microbrewery, and they made their theme was ancient Egypt. It was so cool. Unfortunately, the owners didn't pay their taxes, and so it's
Oh, of
gone now.
course.
But they had the best food, and they had these French fries that had like blue cheese, like chunks of blue cheese, and a blue cheese dressing, and then hot spicy oil. They were so good. But then they had these cheese sticks, and half of it was like cheddar, and the other half of it was blue cheese. I have no idea how they made these. And they were battered, and they deep fried them, and they were so good.
Yeah, I've got
how
a
you make them.
50-50 reaction to blue cheese. I've had it. It's not awful, but I kind of almost have to like work myself up to actually be able to eat it. I don't know why.
You know what though is what I like it is if it's not too thick is to add a little bit of blue cheese on top of the steak. You know, where you get that with a lot of butter. Not enough to overpower it, but just enough to add that little tang to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
Blue
like
cheese does
that.
go good with steak.
So I that was one of them.
I don't really like it as wing dressing though.
I
You
don't.
used
Well,
to get it with wings.
Not a big wing fan.
I don't like wings. To me, if
You, sir, be gone.
Give-
For my own
give-
show.
Yes,
give-
leave
give-
now.
Give me,
Man,
give me,
I remember when I was making wings and
give me chicken
Italian
tenders any
wings
day over
years
wings. Wings
before
are just
barbecue rings became a
Yeah,
thing.
I'm kind of there with Omen.
Wings.
I'm a white meat fan. When it comes to chicken and turkey, I just can't get into it as much. You know, I'll eat it.
So we won't be ever serving him a black chicken then.
blackened chicken's awesome, man. If you can get that for a whole.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
the other thing.
how about gator tail?
Never had it.
Gator's okay.
I'll try it.
It's good.
Well, to be fair, let's be honest. If you're getting gator tail, if anything that you deep fry and batter, you know, if it's
Yeah.
battered deep fried, it's going to be good. So
Yeah, I made fried chicken tonight. I made fried chicken, right? And I thought it was going to take a little longer. And I got a question for you guys also. And I thought I burnt the shit out of it, right? And I'm like, oh man, the boys are not going to be happy. Put it on their plates, and they it's like, oh, looks a little darker. Ow, wolf. Now, okay, when frying chicken in like oil, right? If you put the lid on it, does it cook faster?
well, it depends on what's going on because it shouldn't cook faster, but it should heat up faster.
Yeah, I think
okay.
that's what happens.
So
Amounts to the same thing with what happened tonight. I
yeah.
figured 5 minutes. I can leave it here for 5 minutes. It'll be fine. Normally that's the case, but I decided, you know what? I'm going to use the lid just so it's not as messy. And I come back and I'm like, oh no.
well,
Does it
see,
look way darker in the
normally
oil?
if you drop it in there, and this is the part is of course it's losing heat through the top. So if you put it on top, then it won't lose heat. I'll say this much: as everyone talks about using it, man, if you could use beef tallow, oh, that makes it so much better than.
If I could find it, I would think about it.
You can make it. It's not that hard. You just go down to, you know what? If you go down to your local supermarket and tell them, hey, do you have some beef fat that I can just have? And then all you do is you just.
There's nothing like that here. Maybe at the butcher, but everywhere else, no.
Oh, no. If you had any kind of supermarket where they're cutting their own meat in the back, They should have
Yeah.
extra fat if you just ask. You just go up to the like mine actually has.
Not all
butchers in it.
supermarkets cut meat on location.
Well, I didn't
Yeah.
say that. I said if you have one there, like
Yeah.
my HEB. If I go and ask them, or in some cases you can just go and you can ask and say, hey, can you get me like 4 pounds of just beef fat? Man,
Out here,
You
they
never
would
know.
find
I
a way
mean, I
to
work
charge
with
me
a
for it.
vegan butcher.
yeah. So
Well,
what?
you know,
It's $1 or $2 per pound. Who the hell cares? I mean, you act like everything has to be free. Okay, fine. I'll pay $1 or $2 a
No,
pound
it-
for beef
it's-
fat.
It's not that. The only, other than the butcher, the only place would be Vallarta, and that's a Hispanic chain grocery store.
Yeah.
And one, they probably already actually sell it for some reason. I never go there. And everything there is crazy expensive. And since I'm a gringo, they would just go, oh, yeah, it's
Wait-
$18 a pound.
Wait a minute,
expensive.
No, but I mean, when I went to beef fat,
Oh,
I,
wow.
one year to my butcher, one time he
Except
said,
the fruits and
They
veggies,
got-
which are cheaper than anywhere else because
well,
they pay.
Most of
Well,
the
well,
Mexican grocery stores around here aren't.
no, I mean,
Even the
if-
butcher place that sells iguanas.
yeah, I mean, if you look at it, all you have to do is just say, hey, do you have any spare beef fat or something like that? I'd like to get it. And then usually they'll say, yeah, $2 a pound or something. Like, okay, that's cool. And then you just render it down, and then you just keep
Yeah.
using. I've got a big bowl full of, and you can use it over and over again. So that's what's great about it.
Yeah.
And that's
you
what they
just
used to
skim it
make.
off.
That's what they used to make. Remember when McDonald's French fries were so good? That's what they used to make it in. So they used
You
to
know,
make
I
beef
remember that, but when
Yeah.
I also remember the last time I went there, which was about 5-7 years ago, I really couldn't taste the difference.
Not yeah, but that's because they switched it. They used to use beef tallow 30 years ago.
They,
Oh,
yeah,
30 years
30
ago.
years ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
I'm
the first
talking,
time I had corn chips, fresh done corn chips. I used to when I lived in San Diego, and
You know,
they
you can make
they
those
used
are
real
even
lard.
simpler to make.
They
Yeah,
used
all
real
you
lard,
need
and
is
the flavor
tortillas, chop them up,
difference
cook them in
was-
vegetable oil. You're good.
yeah, but I'm saying, but instead of
completely
using
different.
vegetable oil, you can use just your beef tallow. And the other part is if you get a bunch of ground beef, you know all that fat that's left over, you just pour it into a jar that you know
Like a
Yeah,
out,
you strain it.
and boom, you just
Yeah.
save all that fat. It's just like I don't know if you remember. I remember years ago them talking about how like but they talk about grandmothers when grandmothers used to make cookies, and instead of using like Crisco or something, they'd use lard, and they said
Mhm.
those cookies were just the best. When they used the instead of using vegetable oil, they would use the
Yeah. So
animal fat.
get a couple of mason jars and put them on the side of your counter and label them one beef, one pork.
Yeah,
you know?
lard and tallow. That's
Yeah. Yeah, well, you put the dumb words on it so the kids know.
Oh, yeah.
And when you strain your bacon fat into the tallow one, right? The pork. And then
I've got-
beef
I've
fat
got-
into
lard
the
is pork and tallow is beef. That's the only.
yeah,
I've got,
the other way
I've got,
around.
I've
so,
got some strained stuff off of meat. That's in my fridge. Yeah.
lard.
I
Except
think-
somebody wouldn't move my strainer, and I can't find
Can't you
it.
just
I
buy
find
lard?
one.
Didn't it used to come
Yeah.
in like the red box?
Yeah,
But you
can
can
buy
just-
lard or tallow. I'm just saying, but you can make your own. It's like whenever you make hamburgers, just pour the fat off and just save that. And
Yeah,
as long
you
as
just
it's
pour it
staying
into the jar. You
Yeah.
just pour it into the mason jar, and it'll be like all muddy, like brownish yellow. And then when that jar's full, you just put it back into a pot, and then like put it on a low heat, and then the crap will come to the top. And you skim it off, and you have a nice pure
White.
kind of-
Yeah,
well,
White,
actually,
white.
mine's
It should
the
come out
opposite. Is
looking
all
like-
the crud
hold on,
drops to the
let's show
bottom.
Okay,
the top is
yours goes to the bottom. You skim the.
Yep.
the
Oh yeah,
The top.
exactly. Or you like I said is I've got a big bowl of it, and man, I made remember when I had those piece of chicken Kiev? That's what I did is I put it in. Man, that was so good. Well, you get breaded in there, and you still put it in the
It
breading.
should come out
Tallow.
looking like
Well, there's a thing that the French used to do is that they'd roll a bunch of it up into a ball
camera.
and put it
Yep.
in the fridge, and then grate it off into stuff that needs it, right? So
and
when it's hard, you grate it like
Yeah.
cheese, right? But it's
And-
a little firmer.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, it works out great for that. It has a high boiling temperature, or it has a high temperature. What 450 degrees?
A
so you
smoke
make it-
temperature.
Yeah, it has a really high smoking temperature. So you can keep it at 350 without it worrying about burning or other stuff. So
Yeah, like
The high smoking
Yeah.
temperature.
and if you're
And-
already making bacon or burgers, you're getting that stuff for free.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I
And-
usually do is I usually pour that over my dog's dry food, and he freaking goes nuts.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. See, you're letting
Pour less
Gold
of
go
it
to your
over his
dog.
food.
You're letting Gold go to your. Now, don't get me wrong. 'Cause I think that's cool, but my father would do that too. But yeah, if you can save that stuff over time, just use it wherever you use vegetable oil, and it's actually supposed to be healthier than the vegetable oil.
Yeah, the only problem with all of what you're saying is Jackie's mom already freaks out when I make any of those things, whether it's burgers, fries, fried chicken, anything, bacon.
Okay,
She's
James.
acting like I'm poisoning them.
Okay,
wait a
James.
minute. She's Mexican, right?
Yeah.
How in the world is she not cooked with that? That's what I want
Because
to.
she doesn't. She was the youngest, so she didn't learn all the cooking tricks.
This
And because of her condition,
Okay.
she can't have that stuff. So she thinks
Oh.
nobody should have that stuff.
Oh,
Well, like I said, is but generally I found like for
Yeah.
beef fat and stuff is that is good. It's just but like whenever I like instead of putting in the oil, I just put in some beef tallow. You don't need a lot in many
yeah.
cases.
And you just
break
use
off
like
beef.
a coffee filters.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
coffee filter is the easiest way. Is you just pour it through the coffee filter and then just throw away the
Strain
coffee
out the-
filter once done. Yeah.
Particulates.
Yeah, you don't want the bacon bits or beef chunks getting
You
in
let
there.
it cool
because-
just enough so you can do that.
Yep.
You know,
And
And
you know it's
that's how
saved
you
up.
save the also the vegetable. Any other oil that you cooked in bulk as well, whether it's a liquid one or one that re-solidifies like Crisco. Do the same thing, man. You just strain it, put it in a jar, shove it in the fridge, then you just keep using that until you use through it.
Well, like I said, I don't try to, the more I learn about vegetable oils, I'm like, yeah, the more I'm going to avoid those.
Well,
I use
the-
olive oil, but like for deep frying, man,
the
tallow.
thing- The thing with vegetable oil is you don't want it to be an ingredient in what you're making. If you're cooking with it, it's fine. But if you're using it as a mixture, like in something, no.
Well, again, I
And
don't.
what is it that I do that with? There's a couple of things that I
mayonnaise,
do
probably.
use vegetable oil as an ingredient, but normally I just cook with it and
Yeah.
Well,
you
see,
know,
I use olive oil for all my stuff, and it's usually extra virgin, so I'm not
Yeah.
trying to heat it up at all.
we were getting these like pre-breaded frozen chicken strips and corn dogs, and we tried.
and
I
those
was
have
baking-
vegetable
I was
oil as
baking
an ingredient.
well, I was baking those items, and if you're not careful with those, they come out either like really crunchy or
Soggy.
just
Yeah.
no. They would come out crunchy, but sometimes too crunchy, like you might need to see the dentist. But then I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna try it with vegetable oil, and the boys here just about went through the freaking roof.
Yeah, those are deep fry things.
Yeah. I've done the air fryer thing too. The air fryer.
And I tried the air fryer with fries. They're okay, but the difference between that and cooking them in oil the way God intended. Just
Okay, but we were just telling you, vegetable oils here and beef tallows up here. We're just saying that.
Yeah. I would
Well,
love to try that.
The scale is a foot long, and they're a foot apart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they all
Take
have
you guys' word
they
for
all
that.
have a flavor too to them. So it's not like they're flavorless.
Yeah.
So-
Well, the beef tallow though that is good. And a lot of times if I'm going to be cooking like when I do a sous vide and I just try and get that crust on my steak, I'll throw in some beef tallow, and then they'll get that nice crust on the bottom, and then flip it over and get it again, and it's like, oh man, it's so good. And then I pour the beef tallow on top of the beef, whatever's there again, and then
So next week on Shadow Show, it will be World War II rationing and how to put it into effect for your future economics.
I actually, you know what?
Cooking show.
Is my son's mother just asked if I wanted because she's going to be butchering one of her calves. I'm like, yep, I'll take some more of that. Or I'll fill up that whole freezer I've got that's like 6 foot tall, full of beef.
Well, if you're going to use a liquid oil, try and find rice grain oil. That's
I've not
better
tried
than
that one.
vegetable. When I worked at a place that made Chinese food, like industrially, we used rice grain oil. We used to have an 80-gallon tank full of it.
Hey, you know what? It's like
Rice
I said,
grain oil.
it's
Okay.
Yeah.
it's that was part of what McDonald's. So
Yeah.
I remember their French fries when they were really good, which was, and what happened is that people thought that it was vegetarian, and then when they said no, we use beef tallow, they freaked out, and so they switched over.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, that's
And,
exactly what happened.
well, it was in India in particular because they didn't realize they were using beef tallow. And you know how the Indians feel about cows. So
Well, some sex of Indians, but yeah.
well, yeah, but it was a large enough sect of the Indians that they changed their whole recipe.
Yeah. No. Because we used to do the fried rice and stuff, so we'd have the rice oil all
It
the
depends
time.
on what I'm doing. Sometimes I
Yeah,
go get
so-
peanut oil, even
Yeah,
Ah.
peanut oil's not bad.
dreaded
Well,
peanut oil.
Yeah,
But no,
Yes,
we
they
used
do.
to.
Mike, they do.
vegetarians. You know what? Is I have no problems with vegetarians. The problem I have with them is when they tell me how I have to eat.
Yeah, I used to be vegetarian and never told anybody how to eat. Never.
No,
ever,
no,
ever,
If you're
ever.
going to be in a cult,
Well, that's
the
not
first
why
thing
I
you
was
got to
doing it. I
understand
was
is not
doing it
everybody wants
for
to
other
join your cult.
reasons at the time.
Yeah.
No. Again, it's not that I have any problems with it. What gets me about it is, it's not the vegetarians because vegetarians can eat eggs and honey and several other things. Like,
It's
okay,
the vegans.
Sure. Yeah, it's the and when you listen to them, is even when people are in bad health, they get mad at them and like, you know what? Why? Yeah, it's like okay. Again, it's an elimination diet, and then you slowly add stuff back in. It's like carnivore diet; it's an elimination diet, and you add stuff slowly
Yep.
back in.
Yep.
See what works for you. But the problem I'm having nowadays, and I'm starting to use this for whatever I eat, is I look at the ingredients, and if it's not something I would cook with, I don't buy it.
Well, that's a good plan.
Like okay, I know what lecithin is. Okay, that doesn't bother me. So like, I will only buy Bayer's natural ice cream, or I'll buy sorbet when it has stuff. But when it starts going like high fructose corn syrup, I'm like, yeah, I only use sugar, so I toss that. And then, but when I start seeing monosodium, when they start putting the big long names for everything, I'm like, nope, no,
Yeah,
I'm not getting you.
The chemical name is there to disguise what it actually is.
Better living through
Oh.
chemicals.
But no, I just feel that I feel better that way. That's why it's like, okay, if I'm going to look at it, if I
When
know
I
what
was
it is,
eating vegetarian, I definitely felt better because I was also predominantly eating. There was a lot of other things I wasn't eating as well because of it. So it was just that was, and I lost a bunch of weight, and I'm sad puppy, and I probably have to do it again here.
Well, you know what? I did the opposite. I did the carnivore diet, and I'm about to 195 again. So
I was vegetarian for about maybe 5 years.
yeah.
And what was interesting is when I started it, everybody at work flipped out. Now they were all on carnivore and
Sure.
and whatever, a high meat diet, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And pick your names. And all the high protein people, they were running around going, "You're gonna die," and I'm like, "I'm not gonna die. It's not even." And they're like, "No, you're gonna have protein deficiency." I'm like, "I'm not gonna get protein deficiency." But you're not eating meat, and I'm like,
well,
"But
no.
I'm eating
But so
dairy."
by my understanding is it's only generally vitamin B12. But see, vegetarians can have eggs and stuff like that, so they can counteract that. The problem that you have is it's the vegans or the people who won't eat any products. But I'm like, eggs, unfertilized eggs, which is what you usually get at the store anyway. It's like, look, that's fine. You're not doing any of these things. But again, like everything else, just like for myself, I've tried pure carnivore. I find I still need some carbohydrates, or I find I have no energy at all. And I said, okay, I need some, but I don't need as much. What I did is instead of having 50% carbohydrates, I went down to 25% or less, and that makes a huge difference for me.
Yeah.
You still have to get all your nutrients some way somehow, and I find that when I watch people diet, nobody ever picks up a book on
nutrients,
healthy diets. I actually have one for being vegetarian.
That's the
I
thing with
wouldn't read
the food pyramid, right? And it's like if you look at the food pyramid, that's perfectly structured for a person doing like manual farm work in the
Yes.
1920s,
It's well, no, it's
right?
structured.
No, that's
for
what it was
pigs.
structured for.
No, it was perfectly structured for pigs.
Eh.
If you actually look at it, that is the same thing that they do to feed pigs to get them fat.
Get them super fat. But when farmers were working in the 20s, you were burning that kind of calories, right? And there was a lot more farmers back then, so
Well,
it was perfectly structured for that. But if you're still eating that way today, you're going to be, like you said, a pig.
well,
Yeah, well, there's
well, here's the other point too: is if you actually look at a lot of it, is they did eat a lot of beef. They eat a lot of beef tallow. They eat a lot of fat. But the other part that they didn't do is that they had very few sugars, and that was the like if you look at what kids in 1900, what was the number one and number two items that children wanted for Christmas?
Cookies and sweets or whatever.
Oranges and
Oranges.
nuts. Those were the
Oranges and
two
nuts.
things that kids want. And it wasn't until more recent times, and this is what it always comes down to. We're not active enough, and I'll say that even for myself. And then we also tend to eat,
we eat a lot
really-
of processed food.
yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of
A
processed
lot
food.
of sugar in it.
Whereas like when I talk to James is a perfect example of what they had. It's like, guess what? He had a big ham bone with that in there, and they had a lot of bone broth and stuff like that. But they would have the ham, and then they have tons of beans, and that's a lot. And beans have a lot of nutrients in them. And then a lot of times, if they had the which most people did in the U.S. is they would have a fair amount of dairy too.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And if you guys ever watched the show, the channel Tasting History,
Yeah.
yeah. So like he did the one on the blimp
Max
that caught on
Yeah.
fire.
Hindenburg.
The blimp, guys.
Yeah.
It burnt up.
Hindenburg.
That's what he said.
Yes,
yeah.
that one. Anyway, he did their menu, and one of the things
Yeah.
they had to change in the menu was too rich for Americans at the time. It was too creamy, too fatty. Americans at the time were used to eating a cleaner, less fatty
Bread, jam,
diet.
and coffee. Didn't I send you that video, Grandma?
You know?
No. Way before that became the.
Wait, but so they actually end up with
Hey, what's
some
up, Doc?
items just for the Americans, because the Americans were like, no, this is too gross. It's too.
I mean, if you look at the go
Too
read
fatty.
what Shackleton was eating on his trip when he went back to Elephant Island. When he was doing when he was doing the rescue mission over there. Basically, they had biscuits and just fat, and I don't mean like gravy. I mean fat. They poured like the fat onto it, and up to the point that they were trying to do this with some special force guys, and they were almost throwing up because there was so much fat in there that their diet just isn't used to it. But the other problem that you get is we're also not burning 5,000 or 6,000 calories a day, which is what I was looking.
That's what I was getting at with the food pyramid, right?
Yeah, but with canes, they used to be walking 10 to 15 miles a day. And yeah, I did that in my youth when I would walk to school and back. But nowadays you're lucky if you can get like 3 miles in a day, and so it was a big difference for that. And a lot of them would also mountain hike and stuff. But yeah, don't get me wrong, it's but even the food overall, when you look at it, it was different than what we have nowadays.
Well, it is very different.
Yeah.
Over the years, and how much it's changed, and my puppy. What puppy? And it's definitely changed. Also, there's different philosophies, all kinds of different philosophies on diets, from more raw vegetables and fruits to no, everything should be totally cooked. Like you have to actually look at the philosophies involved with the diets that have been in and out and in and
well,
out.
here's the other part too, is a lot of people had, which even you can even do this. I know because I have stuff on my balcony, but You
Hey, Doc.
a lot of people had their own gardens, and then we went over to yards, and I was looking at just a generational difference. So we're talking people that are in their 80s or 90s. They grew up with gardens in the backyard. Like my grandmother always had a garden in the backyard.
Yeah, I got to
Yeah.
reclaim my
Same here.
garden this year.
And
It's
we're
on
talking
my
about
repair list.
tomatoes and all the
Mhm.
other all the stuff that was all seasonal. Hey, I'll plant turnips, carrots, beets.
And
A
I've got
lot
an
of
apple
this.
tree to clear out, and then I got beds to fix up.
Now,
But we had a huge vegetable garden back there.
this is
it's
one
so
thing
fun.
I will say. If you're smart, plant tomatoes vertically. Don't plant them on the ground.
Right,
Get
right.
one of those poles with
Yeah.
the things and let them come down. The vines are stronger that way. You get healthier tomatoes
Mm.
than having them climb up something. And it's easier to maintain them for bugs.
So
And if you have like the thing you're planting into a pipe, you can irrigate that so it keeps them water without getting water on the leaves. Because I used to do tomatoes a lot, and it was a bitch watering those fucking things without destroying the leaves through.
Yeah, I couldn't get my
Getting them
tomatoes
wet.
to grow at all last year. The bushes were freaking huge.
Yeah,
Tomatoes-
and you don't have to worry
that's-
about bushes.
Well, yeah, when that happens, there's usually a nutrient deficiency.
Which
Like
is
So-
weird
you have
because we were
not-
giving
you
them
have-
the plant food and all kinds of stuff,
Well,
and they
no,
were
but
indoors.
you're the wrong combination. So like
So-
when you get
so
a lot
here-
of leaf growth, you're good on the nitrogen, but you're probably missing something in the potassium.
Well,
or-
here's the real thing: is if you can get it, is you probably don't have good soil microbes and stuff. That's what really determines on how well they do. Otherwise, just
It's weird because I bought everything from our local.
What you want to do is go buy yourself some worms.
Well, no. You need worms, compost, the fungi. You need all of
Yeah.
the microbes.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
are
I had-
part
I
of the
had-
soil.
I
I
had
had
gotten
all that
the special dirt and everything, and they were huge. I mean, they were huge,
Well, you got
and
the
we were growing
nitrogen.
them
That's what
inside
makes you
because
the
it was
big
a
bushy
drought.
plant.
and
But
they were
you were
getting plenty of
probably-
water the whole bit, plenty
You
of
don't-
sun.
But you don't have to add all those nutrients. Is my point. Is a lot of times what you have to do is you have to get the microbes, and so it can pull it from the ground. Is what a lot of it comes down to. But the other thing to look at is because that's what I want to do. Because like with my soil, yeah, stuff grows, but I can look at in same soil, and we're talking about 10 feet difference, but one of it's been tilled and one hasn't. Well, the one that hasn't been tilled has much better grass growth and everything grows through there, whereas my actual farmland doesn't, and that's why I'm trying to get some cover crops to get those microbes back in the ground and aerate the soil. And that's probably what you're looking at. So, like, if you can get a compost pile going, and I don't know what's required there, but if you can get a small compost pile and you can get the nematodes and the fungi and everything, that's when it really starts growing up. And a lot of it's just because you have all that life in there, and the roots actually work with the fungi in there to get the nutrients out.
Yeah, and then you just
Yeah.
pull the door
Also,
off the bottom of the
temperature
thing. And,
affects tomatoes.
Raven said it was because I was talking mean to my plants.
But the other thing is that when I was in Chicago, my my landlady and her husband grew tons of tomatoes in the backyard, and she's like, "Do you want some? Do you want kale?" And I mean, what was it? It was like 100 pounds of tomatoes or something. And boy, you want to talk about another one that goes well? Squash. Any type of squash, man, those grow like.
We used to grow all that stuff back in Orange County.
Yeah.
But here, I mean, it is vastly different with the elevation and the heat, etc.
Zucchini and all that. I gotta go. I gotta go make
Okay.
dinner for.
See you later.
We gotta
All
go.
right,
Party on,
well,
Grandma.
Yeah, I
We'll see
need
you
to go
Saturday,
too.
Grandma.
All right,
See
I'll
ya.
talk to you guys
Yeah.
later.
Night.
Bye.
We should be wrapping up soon anyway, right?
Yeah, I was gonna just go to the top of the hour, but
Yes. If
Raven was gonna come in. She might still come in, but
yeah,
I'm gonna just tell her we're ending the show.
in 20 minutes or so. Yeah, we used to grow old Germans. Those are the big fucking tomatoes.
Like beefsteak.
Yeah.
That's what I prefer, but we go through more Roma tomatoes for sauces and things like that.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Well, definitely grow your saucing tomatoes as best as you can. And if you bring that, I don't know what Omen I would say, but I would bring that indoors.
It was,
Okay, so like if you're doing vertical,
which we
right,
were.
which is good. I don't know. You've seen the things where they take the PVC pipe and they have the Y elbow. You can make one of those. They're pretty simple, and then just
Yeah,
have
they were
the
easily
light.
like 4 feet tall, but they were getting bigger and bigger and bigger until the season was over, and then they started dying. And they never not
That's
yeah,
odd.
it was really weird.
Well, if you got it indoors and you've got the get a grow lamp or whatever that you can just hang.
No, it's
above
right
it.
by the window.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm saying that if you've got the light like right there above it, so when you don't have the right light outside, you can just turn it on periodically throughout the day. And it'll keep it growing all year round. But
yeah, it was rough though. I mean, it was.
you
Was
probably
it
just need
last
to
year?
change
It was
the
last
soil,
year,
like-
and it was just, if we have things that grow in the backyard that don't die, trees and things like that, fruit trees, and they do their thing. But if you put something brand new in the ground, it was just so. I mean, it gets up to 115, by the end of the summer, and there was just no way. And the year before that, it was even worse, where we weren't even allowed to water but twice a week.
Definitely look when you move into Texas. Look into one of those new irrigation things that they're building out of shipping containers. They take two of them, stack them on top of each other. They put one underground, and it's the hydroponic maintenance room. And the top one is like the greenhouse, but it's not a greenhouse because it's not glass.
I thought you couldn't really put those shipping containers underground.
You can't put them underground and then bury them.
Right.
Like that's the thing. You can like
'Cause the
insulate
weight-
the outside of them so they don't.
Okay, so the only weight would really be the other container, a bit of dirt, and everything else.
and the load, because they stack. They're designed to stack like that because they go on fucking ships and they stack them like 80 high. The problem is they're not structurally designed to have weight on the sections that aren't the
frame
the frame points. So if you got the two containers on top of each other, they're connected by their designed framing points. But people would take them and they would bury them, and you put like 5 feet of dirt on top of that. That's a couple 100 tons. They would just buckle the.
Can you imagine being in there?
The walls.
When that happens,
buried alive. You are fucking buried alive.
Yeah, that would suck.
And it's stupid because cinder blocks are not that expensive, right? Yeah. Like you could fill the fucking container up with cinder blocks and ship it to your place, and build the thing, and then send the container back.
Yeah. That's freaking funny. So you got anything going on this weekend besides Sunday?
I don't think so.
Do you get Monday off? Is that a thing for you guys?
I think we're getting Monday off, but we actually had last Monday off because of Victoria Day, which is technically tomorrow for some reason.
Yeah,
it's the 24th, but it's the Monday before.
I think it's Labor Day.
Yeah, maybe we're getting Labor Day off as well. Is it Labor Day? I thought you were doing.
It's Labor Day or Memorial Day. I forget.
You guys are doing Memorial Day. That's what it is. Because
we do both, but I thought Labor Day was after May, the end of May, whatever.
I don't know. I'll check the calendar.
Yeah,
I don't pay attention.
I got
I
everything.
think you're doing Memorial Day because we do it the Monday before, like the weekend before the 24th. Because sometimes the 24th is the middle of the week, right? And the 24th is Victoria Day.
It's Memorial Day.
Oh yeah. For some reason we do it the week before. Maybe Monday was Labor Day. I don't know. I know we had Monday and Friday off this fucking week, but I'm not doing shit all.
Yeah, same here.
It was a 3-day week, but I actually only worked those 3 days normally.
Oh.
So anywhere from Hungar?
He was going to try and get on the show Wednesday. He was just waiting for his nurse to leave, but
Yeah.
he never got around to it.
And, I was going to invite James, but he's been doing his show, and he was doing his
Yeah.
show, and I went on his show to visit in the chat, and I let him know I'm doing my show, but I didn't want to like have him end his show.
Just go on yours.
Yeah, it's like he likes doing his shows, and he does a lot more shows than I do.
Yeah.
And he knows
I wouldn't feel guilty about it because he does a lot fucking more shows than you do.
Oh yeah, and that's probably really good for him.
One day I saw him stream for 8 hours straight, and then he stopped, and I was like, "Oh, James stopped," and I went to go check, and hey, James is streaming again.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just checked on him. He's doing a different stream now than the one that I left.
Yeah,
I'm like,
the
so
first
you
stream
might-
was on when I started on, and
Yeah, and I'm like,
I opened up YouTube to see
it is weird,
the
you know.
chat,
But
and
if he, if that's what he wants to do, I totally get it. Especially at our age, it's like where I live, man. I've been here 13, going on almost 14 years, I want to say, and
yeah.
the only gamers I've met are Jackie's friends who play 5th edition.
Well, that's because
Otherwise-
you don't fucking look for them.
No, I know. I have, and I even went to the 2 gaming shops, and I went to that one I was telling you about, and they don't do gaming there anymore. And mind you, the game, the store that the little shop area that they have, that's like 2 doors down from their, retail store where they do regular business. It was just like a dump. It had this aquarium in it. It was just reeking. Someone needed to clean it. There was boxes and stuff all over the floors and stuff. And I'm like, okay, these guys must be crackheads. It was just like, wow. And it
They're
bummed me out
stoners.
too, because in the glass they had a bunch of old like Ralph Partha and Grenadier miniatures and all kinds of cool little weird things. And I'm like, it had enough room for like, honestly, like maybe 3 tables of 4 to 6 people max. Better for like 3 tables of 4, but they don't do any gaming anymore there. And I'm like, oh
Why
man, this is
not?
a lot of real estate to just try to, sell, mind you, everything in the store, there's nothing mint. What? Not even close. I mean,
That's
it's all like barely mid-grade, like in comic books and things like that. Everything is, looks like it's been traveled across the country a couple of times. Even my stuff that's traveled looks better than that. I'm just like, yeah, they're asking full price for mid-grade everything, and I'm just like, they had this guy out in front of the store selling like Funko Pops, right? Like it's his personal collection on the sidewalk in front of the store, and this dude looks like a meth head, just total freaking every stereotype in this one guy. And I'm always nice to him when I show up. I'm just like, he's not even in the store. He just gets to set up a little table outside, and half the time he's not even there. This stuff is just sitting on the table because no one's going to steal it, but so why would you think they're going to buy it? If they won't just walk off with your, half a dozen action figures and 20 or so Funko Pops.
That's sad.
It really is.
That's one thing I gotta say. When you open up your store, no fucking Funko Pops, man.
Oh no, I don't own a single one. Never
No,
will. I've
but,
never seen. You know, I think Jackie got one, but it was part of a Kickstarter for something else, and he totally forgotten about it that he was supposed to get it. I'm like, what's this? He's like, oh, I got it for blah blah. You know, no, man. It's mostly going to be about gaming, and you know, as things go on, you know, we'll.
I know the bigger game stores here fucking have a wall of Funko Pops, all of them. And it fucking annoys me. I walk in and it's like, that's not even the fucking scene, man.
You know, and what most people don't realize about stuff like that is the boxes are predominantly white. And if you don't keep them basically away from other things and light, they're going to turn yellow, and then they're going to look like crap, and no one's going to want them. In 10, 15 years, they're literally just going to be landfills as far as the eye can see of Funko Pop boxes that nobody was going to care about. You can't, I mean, you know, it's not like an action figure or, you know, a book that you can do something with, you know. You can't even pose them because they don't have any, you know, articulation. You know, you can put one on your desk and go, yeah, that's the kind of nerd I am. But if you've got like 10 on your desk, then, you know,
you're just pathetic.
You're that girl from Criminal Minds who had all that weird shit. You remember her?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't want that. You don't want to hire her.
You're the protagonist in what's that comedic game? I gotta look it up. The Cuck or something like that.
Never heard of it.
There was this game. I gotta find my copy of Steam. Because I bought it as a joke because it was like $5. and you're playing like you play a cuck, like a literal fucking cuck. You got to go to your wage cage and your thing.
Hello.
It was hilarious. I'm not gonna look it up. Yeah, we can see you. He looked kind of porky when he was standing right up next to the counter. Now you're hiding like a little mouse.
What?
You're hiding like a little mouse behind the edge of the door.
No, I just came here to charge my phone and go back to sleep.
Okay, go to
You're going
sleep.
now.
Yes.
Did you get your homework done?
Yes.
Well, give me a hug. Come on, just give your old man a hug. Come on. Don't look at me like a freaking Frankenstein. Love you, sport.
Stop being so controlling, Shadwell.
He's my boy, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, I know. I honestly wish more of my friends had kids. I have such cool friends that that it would be cool to see them. He hides. What it would be like, you know, to see them, you know, go through the same shit that I went through. Because I've been so lucky with this guy. I mean, seriously, he's never had detention, never been, you know, grounded, never been hit, never done anything like what we did as kids, you know. I'm just scared one day that gene is gonna rear its ugly head. He's gonna go out and rob a bank or something, you know, or do some, you know, something crazy. But
we're gonna find out he's been the serial killer the whole time.
Right.
The Dexter show's based on him.
Right. But no, if he just keeps on being a great kid. And I don't know, man. We need more people like him, that's for certain. But we need more people like you and me and everybody who's stuck around in the chat. Yeah, not me, to everybody else. Everybody who's stuck around in chat all night. Mike, I sent a message to our GM to see if he's got room. Would you? I mean, are you interested in being in a Gonzo game? You and your wife? Let me know in here or Discord. We're playing this weekend, so it will be this weekend, and then every other week after that, from 1 to 4 California time. And
so that's like 3 hours ahead for me. I don't know what time zone he's in.
Well, I don't know if you'd be allowed because it's California, man.
No, me, no, I'm not interested.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just saying you said California time, so I was saying you're 3 hours behind me,
Mhm.
and I don't know what time he's in. So
All right, Mike, I'll check it out. Yeah, it's uh, just something. Take care, RPX. We're gonna
yeah,
close
we're
it up
wrapping up
in a few
in
minutes. Just
5 minutes.
just winding down from another great show. And I don't know if I told you, I got like 13 subscribers today, which is like kind of a
Sweet.
lot. I know, right? I'm really gonna, if this keeps up, I'm gonna hit that 1,000 by our 4-year anniversary, and then we'll do the big giveaway of all kinds of crap, brand new sealed goodness. Although I have a couple of things that, like some Starfinder stuff I want to get rid of, maybe,
Yeah,
but
of course I'm not eligible for that giveaway. Damn you!
maybe I'll find something to send you just because.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh,
I don't need. I do not need more shit.
But I'm sending something out to Bear. I'm sending something out to Sean. I'm sending something out to Dungeon Minister.
Yeah.
You know, at least I should be able to send. Maybe I'll just send you a cake.
Well, you can just order it here and have it delivered to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Your birthday is coming up too.
Yeah. Bastille Day.
Did you go check out the song by Rush?
Oh no, I'll do that. I have Rush all on my computer. I probably
It's Caress of Steel,
yeah.
the third album. Back
Yeah.
when we were like really, really good,
Hmm.
but at the same time really crappy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The first album.
2112. I can just listen to that whole side.
Did you ever listen to the first album, the Pink and White album,
Was it
where
called
they were
Pink
trying
and
to be
White,
Led
or
Zeppelin,
was-
Working Man, and stuff like that? Before they had Neil as a drummer, they had John
um,
Rutsey.
I've listened to all their stuff because, but
It's kind of awful.
yeah, it's one of those things where like I'll put the music on in order, but if I'm not like super into a specific song, I won't give a shit what the album's called or what the song's called. So like I only know Fire in the Sky, the album name, because I like Veteran of the Psychic War. If it wasn't for that song, I wouldn't give
Being
a shit
Fire of
what.
Unknown Origin.
Yeah, and Fire in the Sky is a song on that album, right?
No,
No.
Fire
Fire
of
of
Unknown
Unknown
Origin is the first
Origin.
song. You know what that
Yes.
song's about? It's not what you think.
What's it about?
Abortion.
Abortion?
Yeah.
I will listen
I
to
don't
it
even know
again.
how. That's just what I heard, and I'm like,
Did you hear it from the band?
yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like,
Fire of Unknown Origin.
yeah, I know, right? It sounds like
Fire in
some
the
sort of-
Sky is
the movie with DB Sweeney about alien abduction.
Yeah.
Travis Walton.
But I think it's also an album or a song. It's a song by
Alan
Journey.
Parsons is Wheel in the Sky is Journey.
Yeah. Wheel in the Skies.
Eye in the Sky is Alan Parsons.
Yeah.
And
I think I was confusing the title with the Wheel in the Sky.
that's a
And
good chance
I
to-
only remember that because I think I hate a song on that album.
If there isn't one song on an album that you hate, it's kind of surprising,
Well,
even from my favorite bands. There's
Mild dislike compared to the rest is usually how I get. But like there are very few songs I absolutely fucking hate. And of course, Joan Crawford being one of them. I actually I deleted it from my album collection.
You got to admit that piano intro is pretty badass.
What in
Joan Crawford.
Joan Crawford? I'd have to listen to it again.
Yeah.
And I would have to download it again because I deleted it.
It is. He was a very talented musician. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it quits. We're gonna go do the usual. Everybody have a great week and great weekend stuff.
He's gonna go order Jackie around for no reason.
Yeah, no, man, I'm gonna check on him, but he's been good.
Lies, you're gonna give him senseless commands to do stupid things.
Yeah, like clean up his room, put away his laundry. You know,
Stand over there for 10 minutes. Walk in a circle for a half hour.
But I will see you tomorrow, Doc. I will see you hopefully Saturday.
Yeah.
Mike, hopefully Saturday. Everybody else, I will be doing another Gamma World video, but more importantly, we'll be doing Justin's show first thing in the morning or
Yeah,
noon for
at
you
noon.
guys, 9 o'clock my time in the morning. The free for all Friday or the fuck it Friday, whatever you want to call it.
We haven't given it a specific name. It's just Radical Rants on my channel. I don't think we need to give it a specific name. We're too off topic anyway.
We have topics.
Exactly.
I don't remember. I mean, we
Well,
occasionally do topics
no.
on Saturdays.
Friday is supposed to be topic day. We're supposed to be talking about writing and shit, but we never get to it.
Oh, okay. Well, we can talk about that tomorrow. That sounds fun.
That sounds like work.
I know it does sound like work, but you know what? Take care, Mike. Everybody
Yeah.
else, have a great
Party
evening,
on all.
great weekend. Enjoy your Memorial Day, Labor Day, weekend if you get one. If not,
Play some 4th edition.
play something, guys. I will see you guys later.